I'm calling the meeting to order. This is the November 21st meeting of the Planning Commission, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Call it all, please.
Senator Connigan?
Here.
Aspinall?
Here.
Varga?
Here.
Brickner?
Here.
And Chair Treflet.
Here. Can I get a motion to approve the agendas? Who moved?
Support.
Moved and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Same sign, no. Good, we're approved. Okay, first up on the item is amending planned unit to development PUD 1 from 2015. And this is the Botsford Hospital sign. I assume Botsford's here? Here. Okay.
Hi, good evening to everyone here.
You need to give your name and,
Yes, my name is Claire McCready. Oh, okay. Is this better if I'm closer? Okay. Oh, thank you. There we go. Okay. I can go ahead and start. Okay,
Please.
thank you. Good evening to everyone. It is lovely to see you all again. As you may remember, my name is Claire McCready, and I am the Senior Project Manager at Signworks of Michigan. With me again is one of the owners of Signworks, Mrs. Ann Frass, to answer any technical questions about the construction of these signs in question. Also with us today is President of the Corewell Health Farmington Hills Hospital, Mr. Dirk Pronger, who can field questions about the hospital and the surrounding community. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss the need for signage at this hospital with you today. As we briefly discussed on October 17th, this is some of the most important signage in the city. The hospital is an essential institution, as it is the largest employer in Farmington Hills and one of the city's greatest sources of revenue. We approach you today to request the following. One is a height increase to the main entrance monument sign. We would do this by replacing, we would do this by replacing the existing monument sign, which is currently 10 feet, 8 inches tall and 7 feet wide, making it 74.67 square feet. The new monument sign is proposed to be 12 feet tall and 6 feet wide, 72 square feet. This is 1 foot narrower and 1 foot 4 inches taller than the existing. Both of these modifications improve visibility for vehicular traffic. The second item that we are requesting is to replace the main wall sign that identifies the name of the hospital on the building. The existing sign currently reads only the word Beaumont. The proposed signage would read Corewell Health Farmington Hills Hospital. The existing location is the most structurally sound placement for this signage, and this placement is also the most visible to vehicular traffic. We welcome your questions about the signage, and we look forward to further discussion here today.
thank you. Any questions? Good? Okay. Motion? All right, thank you. Joe?
Yes, so this is obviously the Corewell Health Hospital site on Grand River Avenue. It is subject to Planned Unit Development 1 2015, and any time that an amendment is made to the site at a planned unit development that requires a change to the development agreement, however minor, that is considered a major amendment to the planned unit development, and it goes through this public hearing process with ultimate approval by council. So in this case, they are really just talking about signs. There's no other modifications under discussion tonight. And the applicant already summed it up. They're requesting to modify the deviation that's permitted under the planned unit development agreement from the 6-foot height limit here to permit the 12-foot tall sign, and that is an increase of 1 feet 4 inches over the currently approved deviation. And that is the thing that's got us holding this public hearing tonight. So if there are any questions for me, do feel free to ask.
Okay, any questions? Barry?
The only question I have is this a major or a minor amendment? To me, it looks like a minor, but last.
Well, we're holding the hearing because it's a major, and the reason it's a major is that it requires an amendment to the agreement, and council's the only one who can amend the agreement because they're the party to it.
I guess just a follow-up, yes, it's a major, even though it's a minor change to the sign. Planning Commission can't grant the deviation, so it's got to go to city council.
They're making the sign smaller, except one's taller.
Right.
But okay, so
So they're here, let's move on. Anybody, any else?
they didn't give us motions.
Oh,
We'll figure it out.
yes, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Schultz,
Mr. Conigan said you'll figure it out, so.
are you ready?
Have at it.
Public hearing, I'm all set.
Oh, it's a public hearing, I'm sorry.
I'm sure they're all here to talk about Botsford signs.
Trying to just pick up the pace. Okay, anybody from the public wish to speak on this item?
I'm sorry.
Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, ready for motion?
I am.
I move approval of amended PUD plan, development PUD 1 of 2015 as presented by the proponent, and that this recommended amendment be forwarded to City Council for their next available meeting for consideration.
Support.
Moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, PUD 2, 2024, including site plan 56-8-2024. The location is the south side of 13 Mile, just west of Middlebelt. The proponent is Steve Schaefer. He's here.
Might be easier to the sheets one, because I don't have it. It's hard to pull, because I see the packet, I don't have it pulled up while I have the.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Aaron Schaefer, and I'm with Schaefer Development. We are a family-run real estate development company based here in Farmington Hills. This evening, we are here to share our proposal for the 13-mile PUD, which consists of 2 developments under 1 PUD. The property to the east, formerly known as Moby Investments, those are the 3 properties you see there where that blue line is, kind of right of where the subject property is. That is the Moby Investments property, roughly 5.9 acres. And then to the south of that line where the existing residence is, that is the Baptist Manor property, which is being called the Tabernacle. In totality, the property is roughly 12.04 acres. Is there any way I can get my presentation up instead of the aerial here? If not, I have a flash drive and I can plug it in this PC. Yeah. Okay, I'll plug it in. All right, well, hold please.
Get a free USB port here somewhere.
And then what do I go to? This PC, USB.
And I feel like it should be easier, but.
Yeah, it might just take a second.
Marisa, did you support that motion, or did Kristen? Kristen did, okay.
All right, that's a larger file, so that might take a moment. All right, let's see if I can. I'm going to try to save it just because it's all pixelated for some reason. All right, well, let's maybe give it a second. All right, well, that seems to not be working at all, so I apologize about that.
No pressure.
Take your time.
Sorry, I know this is going to be a long meeting tonight based on the amount of people here. I thought the Schaefer team was famous, but I guess we're not this famous. All right, let's see if I can open it in Adobe. All right, that is the landscape plan. All right, there we go. That is much better now. So again, we've got about 12.4 acres in totality. To the right is the Mulberry Park, former Baptist Manor property, and to the left, yep, and to the right is the Mulberry Park property. If you recall, this was the former Chaldean Community Foundation proposal that consisted of 100 multifamily apartments. On this piece of property, we are now looking to position it for 40 for-sale townhouses catered toward more of the first-time younger demographic. And in the Tabernacle piece, we have assisted Baptist Manor in PUD qualification as well as site plan and PUD package. They will be constructing 36 ranches that are age restricted for the 55 and older demographic. So I want to talk a little bit about our work since we first put this property under contract in January of this year. Back in April, we did secure PUD qualification from Planning Commission. And last October, we received qualification for the public hearing this evening. A lot of the material in this presentation is very similar to what we talked about before, but I go into detail on some more items, mainly for the adjacent HOAs who are here, just to educate them on the evolution of this project. So again, we put this property under contract back in January of this year, and from February all the way up to now, we have met with both the Westgate and Holly Hill Farms homeowners associations numerous times, whether it was meeting with the HOA members at our offices in Farmington Hills, meeting at restaurants, as well as meeting during their annual HOA meetings. We have done our best to educate the neighbors as much as possible throughout this development. That is something we pride ourselves on in every community we pursue. And if there are any new residents or new faces that have not met the Schaefers, we are more than happy to stay outside after this meeting if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. We've made ourselves, I said that on multiple occasions, meeting and listening to the HOA members. And again, we'll meet outside if there's any additional questions. Since our April and October meetings, we have done quite a bit of work to get to where we are today. We have assisted the Baptist Manor team in selecting an architect to design their ranch units. We've also engaged and retained Noack & Fraus, a civil engineering firm, to prepare the site plan and PUD package that is in your packages this evening. We've also shared the revised plans on numerous occasions with the HOA and residents to solicit their feedback. We've incorporated many of the review comments in the October letters from Giffords Webster, from the engineering department, as well as fire department. I'll talk about some of those more major changes when we move toward the site plan portion of the presentation. And we've also hired and onboarded ASTI, our wetlands consultant, to do a wetland verification on the property. We also had Eagle on site roughly about a week and a half or so ago to walk the property, and it was determined that no wetland permits are needed for this combined 12.04 acre assemblage. The site plan that you will see tonight is the same density of 76 units that was approved at the April qualification meeting. And again, Mulberry Park, this is the eastern property. We are looking to do 40 for sale, two-story townhouses. And then on the Tabernacle, the Baptist Manor property to the west, we're looking to do 36 age-targeted apartment homes. So I will talk about the underlying zoning and master plan designations for the property. We did receive PUD qualification, but beforehand, the property was zoned RA1. It was master plan, single-family residential. And one thing I want to pay close attention to is this new future land use map 2024, which you see on the rightmost part of the screen. This property does have a flex residential designation, which I'll talk about in greater detail. And I'll paraphrase a little bit from the Giffords Webster review letter. Since the 09 master plan, the site has been recognized as a special planning area, as it has been recognized that the thoroughfare frontage of 13 Mile, particularly between Orchard Lake and Middle Belt, are less desirable for single-family residential lots. understanding that these homes back up directly to 13 Mile, which is going to have significantly more traffic than what you see in Westgate and Holly Hill Farms as they're pushed a little away from 13 Mile. The special planning area designation encourages our proposed cluster development use in order to preserve as much of the natural vegetation to the greatest extent possible. In addition, per the 2024 future land use map, the property is designated as flex residential. And flex residential allows for a more creative redevelopment approach for challenging assemblages such as this in order to preserve open space and especially natural buffers to the adjacent established communities. Again, I'll show it a little greater detail on the site plan, but we show quite a healthy southern perimeter setback from the back of our units to the Holly Hill Farms, which is the development just south of us, anywhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 feet, and we're looking to preserve as many of those trees as possible. And again, in the flex residential overlay, it permits a maximum height of 3 stories tall. We have a 2-story townhome development as well as a 1-story ranch community, so we fall well below that 3-story height requirement or maximum height requirement that flex res does permit. So now I'm going to jump through some of the plan evolutions. To the left, this is the PUD qualifications plan that we shared in front of you folks back in April. The site plan to the right is an engineered plan that Noack and Froust prepared for us, which is quite similar to the plan on the left, but also showcases the setbacks. Prior to our October meeting, we received a couple of review letters from Giffords, Fire, and Engineering. And in the engineering letter, there were 2 major critiques or 2 major asks that we were able to adjust the plans for, which you'll see on the next slide. So the 2 biggest things in Mr. Cabrera's review letter was the elimination of that kind of road to nowhere in the southwesternmost corner of the property on these Baptist Manor units. Glad to say we were able to pull our shoehorn out and get creative. So this is now a nice horseshoe ring road. And then in addition, there was an ask to potentially get rid of these 2 entrances in favor of a combined boulevard. Moving here to the blown up site plan, you can see that this boulevard is now in alignment with Westgate Road. One other thing I want to comment on is on this plan, we were under the assumption that we would need some more stormwater basins. So on this plan here to the left, we were showing 3 basins. It has now been determined that we can upsize this basin more in the northeast corner of the property adjacent to the single-family home here. I know that was something in one of the review letters a neighbor brought up, that they were going to have a basin in their backyard if it was here. So we're glad to report we were able to upsize the basin here, so now we're only showing 2 basins on the property. An important item to note with the revised boulevard entrance plan is potentially placing a secondary means of access for life and fire safety on 13 Mile. We can discuss this with engineering further, but we'd be more than open in providing a secondary means closer to, the Tabernacle property over here with either a breakaway gate or a chain that would be used for life and fire access only. That's something we'd be more than willing to discuss again with engineering at a later date, should we receive positive approval this evening. So I will talk quickly about the landscape plan here. It's important to note that our landscape plan was carefully designed based on the numerous site walks and feedback we received from neighboring residents. Our proposed buffering, natural screening, and landscape design were items of top priority brought up by both HOAs on numerous occasions. As part of our community, we will be planting over 140 new trees across the property, as well as filling any of the gaps around the southern property line, kind of that forested tree stand you see here in red. These will be all the different types of trees we're proposing, but it's important to note that along that southern property line, we will predominantly be adding evergreen trees that will retain foliage for all 4 seasons. I apologize, but the plan I have here is not the newest landscape plan. The other one actually does a better job of showing the existing trees and the new trees. So here on this plan, you can see that all the trees in green are the existing trees. It's kind of hard to see on this overlay here. And all of the trees in black are the new trees we're looking to propose on the property. Along this southern perimeter, so this southern area here and kind of along the two eastern and western property lines, we are providing over 89 trees in this area. So I know when we walked with a multitude of residents, there were some gaps in this tree canopy. We're looking to fill those. We also, in the review letter, are about 34 trees short from what's required in the ordinance. You can see here, we put trees everywhere we could because we want this to be a beautiful community 30 years from now. So with those additional 34 trees, we have 3 options we can do. One, we could request a waiver. I don't think that's at least something we quite frankly want to do, and I don't think that's the city's position either. 2, we could donate those 34 trees that we weren't able to fit on the plan into the city's tree bank. Or 3, we can get a little more creative with some of these neighbors to the south. We're more than willing to walk with neighbors, and since we do have 34 additional trees, my father may kill me for saying this, but I'll say it anyway. We're more than happy to maybe put some of those trees in those neighbors along Holly Hill Farms in their rear yard if they have, some concerns with development backing up to them. Listen, if I were in their shoes, I'd feel the same way. So we want to express, an open hand and be a good corporate citizen here. So if the city's amenable to that, instead of those 34 trees going into the city's tree fund, maybe getting a little creative with some of these neighbors to the south, we're more than amenable to honoring that request. All right, now going back to the presentation, I know it was in one of the letters that the neighbors had submitted. I am now proud to announce that we are under contract with Fortune 500 national home builder MI Homes. The renderings that we had shared during our April meeting were from a different builder, a different townhome unit. It was still a 2-story townhome unit, but this here is MI's townhome product that they will be positioning on the 13-mile PUD. Again, this townhome is for the 40 units that are on the Moby Investments Mulberry Park property. The architecturals are still being completed for Baptist Manor, but we will ensure that whatever exterior materials and masonry we use, it will be complementary to both communities, because I know that was something that was very important from the onset of the PUD in April, was making sure that this development along 13 Mile will be cohesive. There was a request in the engineering letter to provide a stub street to the east to the 4 single families before, I forget what that development is, right on the hard corner of 13 and Middle Belt, those condos that back up to the creek. The issue is with those properties to the east, and why we did not show a stub street to the east, is the topography gets really challenging there. This style of development would not work on that property because you can see there's quite a lot of elevation. There's essentially, like sledding hills in those 4 lots to the east of us. In addition, 2 out of those 4 residents have been recently sold, and the individuals that purchased them are planning to keep it as single-family residential. So really, up to our eastern property line right here, this is kind of where the topography stops from going flat. There's a little bit of fall here, and we're thinking we can maybe do basements on these units. We're still, getting ready to do a grading plan, so it's still not 100% sure at this moment. But this style of development could not continue further east because of the topography. So that's why we're not showing a stub to the east. In addition, because we upsized this basin to try to get rid of the 2 basins here, it's very tight to try to get a road in there. But again, based on the natural features for those properties to the east, it is our opinion that this development couldn't make its way further east, again, because of those topographical challenges. This is something that you guys saw back in October, but this is more for the neighbors. This is, some pictures of actually constructed townhome units MI has done in other markets here in Michigan. These will be a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath unit. A lot of those 3 bedrooms are used for offices with the continued work from home we're seeing, in this day and age. 2,200 square feet, 2-car garage. So these are very handsome, livable units, open floor plans, very contemporary, which is something, I really like. Now we'll go into the meat and potatoes, which is some of the outstanding comments that we'd like to address in the review, the more important comments we'd like to address from the review letters. In the October and November letters, Giffords-Webster had requested that we prepare a traffic impact study as well as analysis, which you can see here to the right, that would compare the traffic counts under the existing RA1 zoning versus the proposed PUD. For the Tabernacle senior adult housing, keep in mind these are 55 and older individuals that necessarily either may not be working, may be retired, may be a single member household. This demographic has different driving patterns than young families with kids. They're not leaving at 7 o'clock, they're not coming home at 4:30, 5 o'clock, they're not providing the same amount of burden to the roadways because they're driving typically a little later in the day and continue to be out throughout the day as well. So that's something important to point out. The recommendations from the traffic report was that we should provide a right turn decel lane along our eastbound side of 13 Mile at the proposed site driveway. The report also concluded that the proposed boulevard that we had aligning with Westgate was the correct way to position access or entry and exit into our property. However, there was a comment in Mr. Cabrera's engineering review letter to maybe stagger it a little further west. Now, again, the traffic impact study prepared by Fleece and Vandenbrink stated that it would be acceptable to have them in alignment because then it's a little easier to see when people are turning left and right. But if engineering, is adamant on that request, we're certainly more than amenable to exploring it. One thing, more of an education for the neighbors, in the underlying zoning, we have a maximum height of 30 feet. Can't go over 30 feet. I'm proud to state that the townhomes are going to be 27 feet tall, and the ranches, although they're still under design, the goal is to have those at maximum 20 feet or less. I don't think they'll be 20 feet tall, but again, it'll be under 20 feet tall from the midpoint of the roof. That's the goal. Finally, from the engineering, I talked about this a few times, but again, if there is a desire to kind of move that boulevard access, we're more than amenable to doing so. So with that, I want to thank you for the time this evening. I'm more than happy to answer any questions, and then we'll turn this over to public comment.
Any questions of the commissioners at this point? Okay. Joe? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
The Giffords-Webster report indicated that you might be a little shy on the trees. Is there going to be a problem if you have to put more trees in or more in the tree fund?
Sorry, can you say that again?
The Giffords-Webster's report that we got shows that I'm in the middle here. Sorry about that, folks.
Got a hard crowd here.
Yeah. You wait till it gets later.
Yeah.
One of the things in the report indicates that the number of replacement trees provided for paid into the tree fund falls short of the requirements that's based upon what's what they're saying. If there's a problem with that, would you mind putting more trees in the fund?
Yeah, again, we're more than we're 34 trees deficient. So as
they think that's you're not high enough. I guess when we get a chance to talk to Giffords-Webster, and they can tell us how short are they?
No, our analysis agreed with that 34 tree shortfall.
Yep.
And yes, they do plan to pay into the tree fund.
Okay, so the comment that was made at the bottom of that page is incorrect.
Oh, it's probably a relic comment, yeah.
Okay, so what they're asking for is what is okay with Giffords-Webster.
Yeah, initially, they did not have the tree fund note on there, and they added the tree fund note, so we're fine.
I apologize.
That's
Never
okay.
mind.
No, and again, we're willing to get creative, whether the city believes the best use is putting that in the tree fund or maybe working with the neighbors to the south. I mean, we can get creative here. I mean, we've always expressed since the very beginning, we're flexible and we want to, be a good corporate citizen to all involved. So if the city believes the tree fund is more critical, then that's the way we'll proceed.
No, that's not the point. It said it was undercounted, but now they're saying you're okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
My apologies.
I'm just reading what the notes are on here, so.
Gotcha.
Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Tangeri?
Thank you. I will try not to belabor any of the points that have already been made. So I will confirm, though, that yes, we do see 76 units here. This was qualified for plan unit development back in April. The motion has been included in your letter, if you'd like to refer to that. Just a few notes here. The density that they're providing overall is compliant with the RC1 district in terms of the number of units and bedrooms. I'll confirm that the master plan doesn't indeed apply that flex residential designation to this piece of land. They are meeting the dimensional standards of the RA1 district, so all the setbacks, height requirements and things, they're all met for the RA1 district, which is the underlying zoning, and that's for both sides of the development, Tabernacle and Mulberry Park. Let's see, again, I don't want to belabor points that have already been made. I wanted to confirm a couple other things. One was that at the last meeting, we did confirm that curbside pickup of trash is planned. You'll note that there's no dumpster enclosures or anything in here, so that was confirmed last time, and there actually are notes in the submission materials confirming that again. The only lighting proposed on the site is from standard residential wall sconces that are directed toward the ring road. They have frosted glass, and we looked at the photometric plan, and all the light is concentrated in front of the units, kind of on the ground in the driveway for each unit. They do have pretty extensive trees that they're preserving along the south property line, and they're also adding some as well. They're preserving some along the 13-mile frontage as well, and then they're filling in from there. That, of course, is a point that you can discuss whether or not you think that the screening is adequate, given that that's been a major point of discussion. But again, they do have pretty dense screening in both directions. We already discussed the tree shortfall. And as far as relief from ordinance standards under the plan unit development that they are seeking to permit attached units at the RC1 density. And that is the only relief they are seeking from ordinance standards for this planned unit development. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? No, but I have a question for you. That retention pond in the northeast corner,
Yes?
is that fencing around part of it?
We haven't figured out the exact slope yet for the basin, so I know there's certain criteria. If it's a certain slope, there has to be fencing. Once we get a little further along in engineering, we'll determine whether that is or is not warranted. But at this moment, I cannot comment. We haven't gotten that far.
It appears to start right at the edge of your drive there. Am I describing that correctly?
We have the two basins here, the one here. as well as-
Northeast corner.
Yep.
Where the road is. The road seems to be right there, and then the retention pond seems to be right next to it.
Correct.
Well, I mean, if some of the seniors, which I am one, take a walk around their exercise, that, trip and falls are, really a problem. I think you should protect it better.
No, absolutely. That's something we can look in, and, as we get into more detailed engineering, and I'll absolutely make note of that.
Okay, and you don't know the angle yet?
I mean, if it's something that, to give you a yes or no answer, we're more than happy to comply. But again, I don't know how that basin's, how that slope of that basin is yet. But if that's, something that, a commitment that would like to be made tonight, I don't believe that's a problem.
Yeah, we could put in some, if it doesn't exceed for a fence, we could still put in like some split rail and some landscaping, something like that there to protect that area.
Okay. Have you guys talked about moving the whole project a little closer to 13 Mile to give more space to the south side? Maybe discuss that in your design.
Well, after speaking with Holly Hill Farms, they their biggest ask was that we provide as large of a setback to that southern property line as possible. So
Right.
we have provided a multitude of plans, but we believed that was really the most efficient.
Yeah, and I think your question is on the front setback, if we could.
Yeah,
move
if you
up
could push
closer.
everything
Yeah,
forward.
there's a
Give them-
60-foot right-of-way that we have to give.
Right.
To you guys. We have pushed all the way up to it.
Oh, you're up
And
to it,
we're as far forward as I believe engineering is comfortable allowing us, to get to the roads.
All right, thank you. Barry?
Some of the letters that we got in, and I think that you've taken care of it, these detention ponds are meant to keep the water on site and not to bleed over to the neighbors or cause any flooding on the neighbor's property.
Correct. These basins have been designed to capture all of the runoff for this combined assemblage. In regards to what happens to Holly Hill Farms, I can't necessarily comment, as that was done numerous years ago before the stormwater standards were as stringent as they are today. But I can assure the residents here that these basins will function so that there should not be any additional flooding from this development onto their properties. If anything, once these basins are in, it would be my hope.
You
that there's
understand
less
you're not
flooding.
allowed to allow flooding to go onto the neighborhood
Correct.
property. That's why these detention basins are placed on the property.
Correct.
And I assume that obviously I can't tell, I don't have my glasses on, but the way it's set up for the detention areas, the slope is enough so that you don't need to have a fencing around it to avoid, as the chair said, tripping problems.
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Just so you know, we talked with Mr. Cabrera about the runoff. So everything on top of that roof to the back of that house will all go up toward the street. Right now, it's all running back toward Holly Hills throughout the entire site. But our site now will capture all of that. And the only runoff that they're going to experience is anything behind those units that come off beyond the roof. So any rear yard or green area. So we'll limit a lot of the water that Holly Hills is currently experiencing during rain events. That will resolve itself.
Mr. Schaefer, you need to, when you're talking, speak into the mics because that's all right. I do have a loud voice, but when it's being broadcast,
Yeah, he had 5 kids, so he naturally has a loud voice, so. Only I'm so lucky.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, it's time for the public hearing to start. Anybody?
John, rules? Do you need to say the rules?
The what?
Rules of the,
Yeah, no, if you're, Pam, you know the rules. 3 minutes, and if you're a homeowners association officer, you get 5 minutes, and the clock is right there. Eric will be starting it when you say.
I can't even hear you.
3 minutes is what
Oh,
you're.
yeah, I'm well aware of that. I just wanted to say, anyone that's coming up here to speak, it's imperative that you speak in the microphone because this is being recorded, and they need to hear you, and the public needs to hear you. I just have one question to ask, and I did not hear it in the presentation. Are any of these dwellings ADA compliant, and was it required within this project? And if he could speak to that, and that is my only question. Thank you.
The units will be designed as handicap accessible as well on both sides, on the Baptist Manor side. In regards to the townhouses, that's something that we can certainly look into, but I cannot comment on that at this time. You know, they're 2 stories tall, so the living units aren't on the 2nd floor, so I guess I kind of asked and answered the question.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Okay, why don't you start a line right over here behind this gentleman and the big D cap. Come on up and give your name and your street, and you have 3 minutes to talk.
My name is Isaac Dunn. I live on 13 Mile. I'm actually a homeowner that is east of this property, this development. I only have one question at this point. What is the clearance between that basin and my driveway? Because you made it bigger than it was last time. How far does it encroach on my property?
Mr. Schaefer, can you handle that question?
I don't have a plan in front of me, but I know the setback in the rear is 35 feet. Is it 45 feet on that side? Okay, 45 feet on the east side, and then I'd have to look at an aerial or something or scale it out. I'm happy, I've got your phone number, we've spoken in the past. I'll be happy to either stop by or call you and tell you exactly, what the dimension is.
Okay.
We're gonna make sure that none of that floods off onto your property, because it's gonna drain into 13 Mile Road.
Okay, and one more question. Will there be a complete tree line separating my property from yours, your development?
Yeah, there are trees proposed there, but again, we have 34 extra trees. So if we can meet out in the field, we could potentially plant some off-site if that's okay with the planning commission, and we'll work with you to do that, whether they're evergreens or a hardwood. If there's, we'd be happy to share the landscape plan with you. But there is vegetation shown on, there is vegetation shown on the east property.
Yeah.
So when we're done, you have a plan with you?
Yes.
Okay, well, we can meet and chat outside.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Louise Lieberman, Southbrook Street, Westgate. I'd like to say I appreciate.
Ma'am?
But,
Turn the mic.
okay, I appreciate their willingness to communicate with us, but sometimes they just say no. And while I think they've done a very good job addressing Holly Hill's concerns, I'm right across the street on 13. I still think it's too dense. I'm worried about traffic, and I'm worried about an animal relocation plan. Because a lot of animals live there when they start digging. I don't know where they're going to go. But again, density is my biggest concern, together with traffic and noise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eric Schmidt. I live on Woodbrook Court. We recently moved into this neighborhood, and quite frankly, if we had known that this development was going to be even discussed, we would have chosen a different location. We specifically wanted to move into this house, not just because of the historic references of Holly Hill Farms, but also the privacy and the nature that we would have direct access to. I work from home at least 4 days per week. Yesterday, it was a little bit of an interesting day. I noticed at least 6 different bird species during the day. I left the house to run some errands, came back a little bit after daybreak, a little bit after the sun went down, and there were 3 deer in my front yard. So recognizing that this development is going to be taking place, I do not see how that type of nature will still be preserved with this. I think that the Schaefers have gone to great lengths to prove and to show that they are making great efforts to make this as reasonable as possible. But there is no way that I would be convinced that this is going to be beneficial for my family and for many of the families in this neighborhood. Not only in terms of the long-term plans for preserving the nature, but also for the short-term ramifications of the noise pollution that we will be receiving on a daily basis due to this construction. It's not a couple of guys with some hammers and nails and making this happen. It's going to be sun up to sundown type of operation, I'm sure, with heavy moving equipment, having to install large pieces of equipment for sewage and to make things possible. I do not see a benefit for our neighborhood to have this put into place today, and I implore the council to please deny any construction on the land behind my house. I understand it might seem a little selfish by me saying, well, this is my house. I also think that it's actually important to the overall area. There are very few green spaces left in this world. Michigan is particularly special to have these green spaces, and any opportunity that we have to preserve them, I think, should be taken to great lengths. And I implore the council to please deny this. I do appreciate the Schaefers coming out today. I will say that this looks like a nice plan, but how long is it going to take for these trees to mature? How long will it take for some of these things to actually take place? I've been in construction areas before and noticed when trees have been planted, how many of them die, how many of them don't plan out, how many of them end up just fading away because they're not properly maintained and held to regard. Additionally, these are going to be non-native species. Why not make sure that everything that is already there can stay there? Right Right now, when I look in my backyard, I see very few evergreen trees. Maybe that's for a reason. I think that that might impact the water retention, specifically to the ground. I'm not an expert, but just kind of thinking, nature has a way, and nature has proven to make it happen in this area for us so far. I relinquish the rest of my time, and again, appreciate the time that I've been given today to share my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Just so you know, we're not the council, we're the commission.
Oh, sorry, commission.
And after here, we take a vote, and whether we say yes or we say no, it still goes to city council in January, Eric?
Tentatively in January.
I'll make sure I'm there too.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Maddish, and I live on Woodbrook Street,
Zach Adams, Woodbrook Street.
and I'll be using part of his time.
No, we don't do that. This isn't Congress. You take your 3 minutes, and he gets 3 minutes.
I'm a resident of Holly Hill Farms and live adjacent to the site of the 13-mile PUD application. I strongly oppose the proposal due to the extreme removal of trees, total loss of privacy, and high density of the plan. The plan makes no attempt to preserve the existing trees, and the arrangement of the buildings increase the density far beyond the RA1 zoning and would even surpass in Mulberry Park specifically an RC3 density. Per the 2024 Master Plan's recommendation for the area, increases in density should be tied to deep buffering from the neighborhood to the south, including preservation of the natural vegetation to the greatest extent possible. This proposal would eradicate the majority of the existing trees on the property, including many landmark trees. Only a small number of young trees on the outskirts of the lots would be saved because they would not prevent construction of the tightly packed buildings. According to the zoning ordinances, a tree permit for a landmark tree can only be issued when there is no reasonable alternative that would allow preservation of the tree. Many of these trees could be saved by decreasing the density of the project to adhere to the existing zoning, creating a design that aims to preserve open space by avoiding constructions in areas with these breathtaking trees, producing a plan that mimics the uniqueness of the surrounding neighborhoods by harmoniously balancing nature and architecture, and using the existing trees already growing on the property as the deep buffer suggested in the 2024 master plan, instead of removing and then replacing the trees. In the email I sent to the city planner, I provided photographs and detailed explanations of many other potential problems of this plan, including the impact on drainage, traffic, the existing wildlife habitat, and the complete loss of privacy of the adjacent properties. If you have not already reviewed this email in detail, I would appreciate it if you took the time to do so. This plan does not adhere to the guidance set forth by the master plan or meet the zoning ordinance requirements needed to successfully become a PUD. Of the 8 possible city objectives that could be met, I'd like to comment on all of them. This project would permanently destroy open space and provides no buffer between the RA1 areas around it. It is not compatible with the existing zoning or the suggestions of the master plan. No open space is set aside and the lots would be filled with buildings and streets. This does not serve as a buffer to residential areas, and the existing neighborhoods would need to create their own buffers against the new project. This does not promote public health, safety, or well-being, and it would pollute surrounding neighborhoods, create unsafe roads, and the overall well-being of the surrounding residents would decrease with their privacy and safety. This does not meet the goals of the master plan, and drastically increases density and does not create a deep buffer, and the poor quality of Pulte, or in this case, MI homes as of today's date, construction does not foster aesthetic appearance through quality building design. The site is designed for maximum density. Trees would be cut down and then replaced at the bare minimum, and the adjacent historic 1950s neighborhood would be compromised. This offers minimum trees, maximum units, and absolutely nothing aesthetically desirable. And finally, it does not bring change
That's it.
that is
Your time's
desirable.
up.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next?
What she said.
Okay.
My name is Spencer Kraus. I'm a brand-new resident in Westgate, and I'm here strictly as a dad. I am super duper concerned about the traffic that already exists there right now, trying to turn left out of Westgate. It does stink to lose trees. It stinks that we're going to have a lot of loud noise. But my number one concern is I'm pretty sure there's going to be a significant amount of traffic accidents that are going to happen right there. It's already super duper aggressive. I hate turning left out of there right now in the mornings. Like, I can't turn into the actual driving lane. I've got to be aggressive and pull into the turn lane while I got both of my precious babies in the back seat and vehicles are flying by both sides. And then, like, now we're talking about adding a bunch of new people, like, right there. And it sounds like the plan is to put the entrance in line with Westgate or just slightly staggered, I'm begging you guys, like, it's gonna be super dangerous. I'm like, I can't have one of my babies in that vehicle when those car accidents start to happen. So please, please reconsider this plan. It's like, it's extremely devastating to me. I also, that was the main thing I wanted to talk about tonight. I had the unfortunate spot to sit right next to you guys. I didn't like how you guys were talking about my neighbors. There was kind of some negative things being said, and it made me lose a little more trust. So it was just not very nice that we had to sit next to each other, but I did not enjoy the things that were said. So my ask is, let's do plenty of traffic studies. I would love to be a part of those, would love to help in any way I can. Obviously, you can hear me, I'm emotional, I'm super concerned about this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Amy Broglin-Peterson, Westgate. So I am not as prepared tonight as I normally am when we talk about this subject. But starting with the tree line, I appreciate and definitely resonate with the Holly Hills neighbors about the southern property line. However, in our city, we have a lot of ugly construction and a lot of trees being torn down on 12 Mile, 13 Mile. And I see no reason why we need to add to the unsightly new construction by not also focusing on what the property line will look like on 13 Mile Road. The tree line there is also very important to me and other residents. We do not seem to appreciate and value natural beauty. And to previous comments related to the master plan and the preservation of existing landscape, I think we need to think hard about what we want our city to look like for future generations as well as current residents, because right now it's kind of turning into a concrete jungle. Secondly, I'd be curious to understand the trees that you do plan on planting, what the height will be. If they are the little baby trees you usually see in new construction, they typically don't last very long, and I'd like to understand further what the long-term maintenance plan is for this property. Once constructed, who will be responsible for maintaining the property appearance, upgrades, repairs, and of course the landscaping. I also did not note, and perhaps I missed it, were there photos of the Baptist Manor proposed developments like there are for the I forget the name of, for Mulberry Lane or whatever it's called, because I didn't note that. Sorry if I missed it, but I'd be curious to see what those look like. Frankly, I don't think any of the proposed construction is beautiful. So again, those trees become very important along 13 Mile. Wildlife study might be a soft subject to many people. But many of us bought in this area because of the wildlife. I back up to the golf course. This is an important corridor for the species that live in our neighborhoods. They follow the river and the creek, and they frequent those fields across 13 Mile. It is important to take note of this because this is important to the residents that live there. Overflow parking. Is there any? Should there be some? I didn't note that in the design. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Traffic, please. You have got to do something about the traffic. I sat for 5 minutes waiting to turn left today. People are driving in the left-hand turn lane, and I know time's up. Oncoming traffic is a concern that needs to be addressed with any consideration of this. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think we should make one comment. Both projects are on the screen right now. The right side is the house, the condos, and the left side is
in the microphone.
There was a question about showing the other project. They're both up there right now. One's to the left, the other's to the right. So
She wanted renderings.
renderings? Oh,
Yeah, she wanted renderings.
Yeah, she wanted.
oh, okay. I'm sorry, but they're both up there.
John?
Yes.
Just a couple comments. One, the project is, as I understand, it's already qualified. That's why it's a PUD. So the comments regarding whether it qualifies or doesn't qualify, it's been qualified. Secondly, this is private property. This commission up here can only regulate, oversee development of property within the confines of our zoning ordinance and our master plan. So people's desires for natural areas or whatever, it's not a park. And so our jurisdiction is strictly to look at it as it relates to our ordinances. That's where we have our authority. If somebody wanted something different than what we have right now, they should have purchased the property. What we have before us right now is a developer who has either an option to purchase the property and has got a proposal for us.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair, did you close the public hearing already?
Not yet. I was waiting to see if anybody else want to speak. Okay, we're closing the public hearing. Back to the commission for a motion to recommend to council one way or the other.
My turn. I wish they would have given us our little
Yes.
sheets.
Yeah, I know.
I move that we recommend the acceptance of the plan submitted by the, let's see what they're calling themselves.
Yeah.
PUD Plan 2.
Mulberry Park and the Tabernacle.
Okay. And I move to do that. The PUD had already been approved. This is a new plan, and I believe this new plan is, and thank you for talking to the neighbors, but I think this new plan is better than the last plan was, and I believe the circular drive is much easier to deal with for the police and the fire department, and at least it lines up to Westgate's road so that they don't have a turn problem. I also recommend that whatever in the Giffords-Webster report that be included as a part of the PUD program.
Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, this goes to city council in January. The council meets on the second and the fourth Monday each month, so.
Thank you very much for the time. And again, if there's any residents that'd like to speak with us regarding the 13-mile proposal, we will be outside. Thank you.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, back.
Chair declares a 5-minute recess. Is it on? Okay. Next item on the agenda is PUD Plan 1 of 2024, including site plan 54-7-2024. This is the address of...
Be louder, please.
I'm talking as loud as I can. The rest of you will be quiet. We'll get ahead. Okay, this is the Sheets project.
Oh, I'm plugged in.
Okay.
If you use the same one as me, you can steal mine too.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bear with me 1 second here.
This one has nothing. I like the one with engineering, that's like super gaming computer. I'm not sure, but it doesn't last.
Great, thank you very much. All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I will speak louder. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Sawicki from Sheets. You can find me at 39300 West 12 Mile Road, right here in Farmington Hills, Michigan. Thank you to the Planning Commission staff and all the residents of Farmington Hills for having me here again this evening. We're very excited to present our project to you again. So as a reminder, we are bringing forward a proposed Sheets. It's a 6,139 square foot restaurant, convenience store, and gas station located at the northwest corner of 12 Mile and Middlebelt Roads. This evening, we are requesting the Planning Commission recommend approval of our proposed PUD with site plan to City Council. It's a 3.83 acre site. Again, it has that 6,139 square foot restaurant convenience store. It also has a canopy with 6 fuel pumps with 12 stations and a convenience drive-through. And since last time, we've continued to contact dozens of neighbors to hear and answer questions. We've modified plans based on feedbacks received. And some of those examples are adding additional evergreen buffering, additional pedestrian access around the site, a 6-foot tall vinyl fence along the entire western and northern property lines, and replacing all sidewalk on our property, both on 12 Mile and Middlebelt Roads. We've also responded to staff reports, commission concerns, and we've received yet another staff report just in the past few days showing what we feel is pretty positive support of our PUD. So as we go through this evening, I'm going to start to outline some of the benefits of our plan, and you're going to start to see them with this landscape plan in front of you. So you can see all the additional evergreen buffering that we're providing, enhanced landscaping, and the huge space in the back and to the sides here that are buffering us from our neighbors. I have some updated renderings here to show you that. You see a 3-foot decorative knee wall along the Middlebelt Road there. It's also on 12 Mile Road. You can also see our beautiful 4-sided architecture, full section brick and stone. This aerial shot also shows you the enhanced landscaping that we're showing. You can see all those beautiful evergreen trees, all that buffering in between us and our neighbors, both to the west and to the north. And this is another view if you are looking to the southwest. So going back to that Planning Commission report, I wanted to specifically talk about the use standards. So we have 3 different uses on this site, and one of them is a fast food or carry-out restaurant. So for that, you only have to meet one criteria, and it's that your restaurant has to be located in the building with another use. Per the planner, that standard is met. We also have a convenience store and fueling station along with our proposal. Our second use is gasoline stations, and there are 5 different criteria that we have to meet here. The first one is that there should be adequate space for trucks and emergency vehicles maneuver around site. This standard is met. Our truck turning models prove maneuverability is possible by the fire department, and that has been provided to staff. The second criteria is around whether it is an auto repair station. It is not, that's not our business model, so the standard is met. Criteria number 3 is around setbacks, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about setbacks here in a couple minutes, but we far exceed all setback requirements, so the standard is met. Criteria number 4 under gasoline stations is whether we're going to have a car wash or not. We are not, so again, standard is met. Finally, criteria number 5 has 5 sub-bullet points under it. The first one is our driveway distance intersections. We far exceed the requirement, standard is met. The second one is whether our lot is a minimum size, and we do meet that standard. Third is that, again, we're not an auto repair store, standard is met. The fourth is that we shall not store motor vehicles or trailers on the site. We agree to comply with this requirement outside of our normal operations. So if an employee's car is parked there during their shift, we would expect that that is to be permissible. And then number 5, providing a loading zone for our delivery vehicles. We have provided that, so the standard is met. Our third use is the drive-in restaurant, drive-through restaurant. And there are 2 criteria here. The first one has 3 sub-criteria under it. The first one involves setbacks. Actually, the first 2 involve setbacks. We meet both of those. And the third one is that a drive-through shall be separated from residential by a roadway. We contend the spirit of this standard is met. The spirit of that standard is that there should be sufficient space between a drive-through and residential. As you saw in the plans, and I'll talk here a little bit more momentarily, there is significant space in between our drive-through and residential. So much so that if you're putting a roadway through there, there would be plenty of room to do so. And then C number 2, the second criteria for drive-throughs is around, again, distance from intersection for our driveways, and we meet that. So this evening, we're here to talk about PUD. So I wanted to show you this. It's a lot of numbers, but I think it's a really telling story. So from the east on Middle Belt Road, if you compare it to the current development that is there today, we're increasing our setback by 50%. That's how much more additional land we're giving up on the east side. And that trend is going to continue. On the south side from 12 Mile Road, an increase of 38%. That's how much further back we are than the current development. From the west, 17%. From the north, 33%. And that's a 75-foot increase. Parking, there's 119 parks at the current restaurant. We're proposing 44. That's a reduction of 75 parks, a reduction by 63%. Pavement, there's currently approximately 85,000 square foot of pavement there. We're proposing 69,000 square foot. That's a reduction of 16,000 square feet, 19% reduction. And then the biggest benefit to our plan that you guys will see is all the additional open space. That 16,000 square foot less of pavement, it's all green open space. So why that's important is, and you can see in this exhibit up here, this red line, these are the setback lines. We could put a building right on that red line. That's how far away from the residential and all of our neighbors that we're going to be. So the PUD criteria. So there are 6 criteria for a PUD, and we'll go through them here pretty quickly. So number 1 is that it has to be in any zoning district. We are in a zoning district in Farming Hills. We comply, and the Planning Commission previously determined that we qualify for a PUD under this criteria. Letter B, number 2, is that the PUD shall not be used to avoid applicable zoning requirements. We comply. The proposed use is going to utilize high-quality architecture, cupola, substantially increase green space, decrease impervious area, establish a large buffer area, incorporate enhanced landscaping, establish a decorative knee wall, bike racks, and facilitate pedestrian access. Planning Commission previously determined that we qualify for a PUD under this criteria. Number 3, letter C. This criteria is the PUD shall not be utilized in situations where the same land use objectives can be accomplished via conventional zoning. So we comply, and the Planning Commission previously determined that we did. PUD was offered in response to the city, so they may maintain the tools and legal ability to restrict parts of our proposal and property and to preserve all those benefits that we're offering, like the open space, requiring that enhanced landscaping and many other things. A PUD saves all of this and guarantees it in perpetuity. Letter D, number 4, plan unit development option may only be used if it doesn't material add load services to the city of Farmington Hills, so traffic, fire, police, that type of thing. So we comply. The Planning Commission previously determined that we comply. We will not be adding service facility loads to the area. The number one thing that would have been a concern is traffic, but I want to remind everyone, we do not generate additional traffic. We are a traffic capture and not a generator. Also, it's good to note that this is in regard to the future master plan. This is future master plan to be commercial, so we actually fit in with the facility loads here quite nicely. Criteria number 5, we're getting there. So criteria number 5 actually has 8 subpoints underneath it. The criteria for number 5, letter E, is you only have to meet one of them. We meet 7. So E number 1, preserve open space. We comply. We've shown you how much additional open space we're giving and how much open space is there today. E2, compatible with existing uses or planned uses. We comply. There are restaurants and other fuel stations in the area along 12 Mile Road, and the master plan is calling this site commercial in the future. E3, dedicate open space in perpetuity. That is the idea. We comply. E4, alternative uses for the parcel which can transition buffers to residential areas. We comply. So we actually acquired several additional parcels to the north over and top of what we needed to make our site work, to make sure that we are provided this open space. Huge financial outlay for Sheets to make sure that we are able to provide this essential buffering to our friends. E6, to promote the goals and objectives of the master plan for land use. Your master plan calls this site future commercial. We comply. E7, to foster aesthetic appearance of the city through a variety of methods. We do that. We offer a first-in-class, state-of-the-art building, includes full section brick and stone, awnings, cupolas, numerous windows, architectural metals. Reducing impervious area, we're increasing landscaping, adding bike racks, decorative knee wall. This is going to be a really beautiful looking site. And then finally, the last criteria, letter F, number 6. The PUD shall not be allowed as a sole means of increasing density. We comply, and the Planning Commission previously determined that we did. We do not need any dimensional variances here. We are not increasing density, and we don't need to increase density. So, to go through all that, really to talk about the benefits that we're bringing to this. Architecture. Again, high-quality, four-sided architecture, full-section brick and stone. And I want to read a quote from the planner's report, Giffel-Webster, in regard to architecture. As these properties develop over time, the city should have in place design and/or material standards to improve the overall appearance and durability of commercial buildings. The Planning Commission may consider this intent when contemplating community benefits desired of this development. Our architecture is absolutely a community benefit. Green space. We are substantially increasing and preserving green space, adding roughly 16,000 additional square feet than what exists today. Conversely, in previous area, we are decreasing it to the same clip, reducing 16,000 square feet. Buffering, we're establishing a larger buffer area, which we went through all those numbers earlier, than currently exists today. Landscaping, we are incorporating enhanced landscaping on the site. Knee wall, we're establishing a decorative knee wall along 12 Mile and Middlebelt roads. We're establishing bike racks and facilitating pedestrian access. And we are improving on the existing conditions. The existing buildings located on site are deteriorating in disrepair. I want to point out these benefits would not be required under traditional rezone or as the zoning stands today. On top of all of these benefits, I'm also proud to say that we're bringing a world-class corporation to Farmington Hills. I really believe in Sheetz. Sheetz was founded in 1952 by Bob Sheetz, who was originally a restaurant and carryout, and over 70 years later, we're now 760 stores strong and still family-owned and operated. There is not a single franchise in our company. The family comes in and works every single day in our corporation to make sure it is top-notch. One of these folks up here is actually the direct leader of our team, so I get firsthand experience with the Sheetz family, and I can tell you they are fantastic and they run this corporation top-notch. Another benefit is the very unique offer. There is nothing like Sheetz anywhere in Southeast Michigan, except for the Sheetz in Romulus. So we have a full kitchen. Sheetz is truly a restaurant first. You can get made-to-order food anytime of day you want it. You can get 1.8 million different combinations out of our kitchen. If you want a breakfast sandwich at 2 in the afternoon, or if you want a salad at 2 in the morning, we have you covered. Sheetz Brothers Coffee Bar. Go get your coffees, your specialty coffees, your espressos, your milkshakes, that type of thing, any way you want it. We also have a wide variety of convenience items, almost anything you can think of. Again, the restaurant focus. We have 30 interior seats. Come in, order it any way you want. Get those mozzarella sticks on that burger, sit down, use our free Wi-Fi, and enjoy time with your friends and family. Do work while you're traveling. The touchpad menu, that's how you order it any way you want it. You can customize it. It's very intuitive to use. And important to understand that touchscreen menu, that's how you order when you go up to the drive-thru. There's no noise when you go up to the drive-thru. You just touch on the screen, order your food, and you're good to go. That four-sided architecture I've mentioned a few times. We also have some outdoor dining, and again, those high-quality materials. It's a local investment here in Farmington Hills. This is about an $8.5 million construction cost for us. It's going to bring 30 to 35 local jobs. Full-time availability allows it. As I mentioned earlier, our corporate support office here in Michigan is right here in Farmington Hills. We use local contractors. All of our engineering firms are local. You're going to see increased tax assessments on the properties and increase to our property value. And we also have various donations that we do, Sheets for the Kids, donations to food banks, Special Olympics, donations to local schools and other organizations. Back to those full-time jobs, we have some of the best benefits actually, they are the best benefits I have ever seen. Top medical, dental, vision, paid time off, parental leave, all the financial assistance, including tuition reimbursement. And we can back up that talk with our award-winning DNA. These are some of the awards that we've won just in the past 2 years. But the Fortune magazine, which you probably know puts out the Fortune 500, the top 500 largest companies in the country, they also put out the Fortune 100 best companies to work for the past decade. For the past decade, Sheetz has been on that list. We are truly one of the best companies in the country to work for. And even more importantly, when you break that down into criteria, Great Place to Work also named Sheetz the second best retailer in the entire country. Second out of all retailers to work for. We're very proud of that. So again, community benefits are high quality architecture, the substantial increase to green space and preservation of green space, the decrease in impervious area, the huge buffering we're providing, the enhanced landscaping, knee walls, pedestrian access, improving existing conditions as they are today. And the investment, the $8.5 million construction investment, the jobs, the taxes, all our donation work, and finally the new offer that we're bringing. So we offer clean, convenient locations open 24 hours, providing a one-stop shop, combining grocery, restaurant, and gas into one. You know, we make that made-to-order food. We have beverages, snacks, groceries. We truly are a one-stop shop. So with all that, taking all those benefits into account, we request that the Planning Commission recommend for approval a Sheets PUD with corresponding site plan to the City Council. With that, I and my team are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? No? Okay. Joe?
I'm going to do this one.
Okay.
So I'm going to also try not to belabor too many of the points that have already been mentioned, but the site is at 12 Mile and Middle Belt, the location of the former Genopolis restaurant. There's currently that commercial structure and a house located on the parcel. It's surrounded by single-family residential to the north and east, as well as office to the east and a gas station to the east. To the south, there's another gas station, and to the west, there's RC2, which is multiple family residential. The access is proposed to remain the same, so they have one access point on Middle Belt and one access point on 12 Mile. The PUD was qualified at the June 20th meeting with 4 of the qualification requirements noted above, criteria noted by the applicant. The proposal, as mentioned, it's a gas station. There's 12 fueling positions on 6 pumps. There's a convenience store, carry-out food service with drive-through and outdoor dining, 44 parking spaces, and the use is proposed to operate 24 hours. The future land use for this location is commercial for the corner parcel, but to the rear it is still multiple family residential and high density residential in the residential densities map. The master plan did talk a little bit about drive-throughs, and I noted that in the staff report. Just acknowledging that demand for drive-through facilities has grown considerably. However, they're not conducive to pedestrian movement and are designed to move people through a site without leaving their cars, and should be carefully considered by the Planning Commission as a part of an approval. The dimensional standards for this development were all met as noted by the applicant, and they did exceed many of the setbacks. There were pedestrian access ways provided, and as the applicant reviewed, the site meets most of the use standards. I do want to note that the use standards that were reviewed are not specific to the district where this lot is actually zoned, which is RC2. These are standards that apply to the commercial districts, but because they are requesting a PUD for a use that's not typically permitted in RC2, the Planning Commission may wish to consider these particular site standards to consider whether or not that compliance would be necessary as a part of the PUD discussion. The applicant met most of the site standards, and I won't review each of them, but I do want to, again, note that the Planning Commission might want to emphasize that the parking of motor vehicles and storage throughout the site shall be prohibited, and as the applicant noted, except for during non-operating hours for loading of trucks. And also, there is a standard for drive-in restaurants that they must be separated by a secondary thoroughfare from an RA district. The RA district is the zoning, or the district to the north, not the multiple family to the west. The applicant proposed a dumpster enclosure, which is on the street side yard. That is inconsistent with where the dumpster enclosure location is in the zoning ordinance, so that is a departure from the ordinance. that the Planning Commission will have to consider as a part of this review tonight. The applicant did provide compliant parking, a small amount of excess spaces. They have 44, what's required is 38. So because of this is a PUD, the Planning Commission might want to discuss excess pavement and their goals to reduce impervious surfaces. However, as noted by the applicant, the overall site is a reduction in overall impervious. As far as the drive-through standards go for parking, the applicant did not provide a bypass lane, and we're also a little bit concerned about the crossing of the drive-through lane through the parking lot traffic. But the bypass lane is required in the ordinance, and so this is another departure that's being requested as a part of this review tonight. The applicant did meet all of the minimum required parking dimensions, but there is a pretty excessive maneuvering lane width at 35 feet when the required width is 20 feet. So again, considering goals for impervious surface might be a discussion the Planning Commission wants to have, but there is a reduction in overall impervious. As far as off-street loading and unloading goes, they proposed a 660 square foot loading space in the interior side yard, so that's the side yard that faces the apartments. And the Planning Commission should consider whether that location is necessary by the site conditions and adequately screened from view, as the ordinance generally prefers them in a rear yard otherwise. As far as signs go, there are some departures being requested as a part of this application for the signs. So I think for signs, I do want to point out that these standards are based on what's allowed in an RC district and not a commercial district, because that is the underlying zoning. So some of these deviations might be less extreme if it was a commercial district as the underlying zoning. So in an RC district, the total wall sign allowance is only 25 square feet. And so they have two 16.52 square foot signs and another 21.47 square foot sign that was shown on the plans. However, that third sign, they did say in their response letter that they intend to remove it. So some clarification from the applicant is needed on that one. And also, for wall signs, they're only allowed one wall sign in an RC district. So again, the two signs would require a departure from that as well. As far as the canopy mounted signs, the ordinance calls those flat awning signs, and they have specific dimensional requirements. This one exceeds the height requirement. It's taller than 8 inches. They also can't exceed your overall wall sign allowance, and since they're already in excess of that wall sign allowance, the canopy sign requires yet another departure. And that is all of the compliance issues for the signs. The landscape standards were largely met with this application. There weren't any concerns with the landscaping that was provided. However, there is the requirement for a wall or berm surrounding a drive-in or fast food restaurant use that's adjacent to residential. That Planning Commission may grant a waiver from the wall requirement if they've determined that there's adequate screening surrounding the uses. Exterior lighting is probably the biggest concern that we had when reviewing these plans. There are several departures from the ordinance that are required as a part of the lighting review. So first pertains to the maximum height of the pole-mounted fixtures. I will note again that these are based on the underlying zoning district, which is residential. So in a commercial district, the pole maximum is 30 feet, and they've proposed 23 feet. So it would comply with a commercial district. However, because their underlying zoning is RC2, the maximum height is only 15 feet. So they would need a departure from that height. In addition, The canopy does tilt at 5%, facing the 12-mile right-of-way. And the Planning Commission may consider whether that tilt, due to the tilt of the canopy, is acceptable. Typically, the ordinance requires all lighting to be flush-mounted and fully shielded. And while that meets those standards, it's angled outwards. The proposed lighting exceeds the average to minimum ratio only by a little bit. It's 4.67 to 1 instead of 4 to 1. They also exceed the required limit of illumination at the property lines of 0.3-foot candles. However, this is only in excess near driveways, which seems reasonable for safety and security. However, perhaps the greatest deviation is with regard to their overall illumination. At doorways, in commercial districts, you're allowed 2,000 lumens per door, and in residential districts, 1,000 lumens. But their main entrances are at 3,111 lumens, so exceeding both of those requirements. And in addition, the remaining lighting totals 628,227 lumens, which is based on the paved area on the site. Because it's looking at it as a residential underlying zoning, that maximum would only be 74,943.75 lumens, or under a commercial standard, 149,887.5 lumens. So that waiver would be needed from the Planning Commission to allow for a substantial deviation in the required illumination. In addition to those departures, we do recommend a lower color temperature than was proposed. They have about 4,000 to 5,000 K on most of the fixtures. And we recommend color temperatures below 3,500 K as they're less white and less disruptive to sleep cycles. We also had a couple other minor notes about the lighting that should be updated by the applicant, just administrative things. As far as tree replacement goes, they are required to provide 1 additional tree. And that really completes our review. As noted, there are several departures required as part of this consideration of this PUD, as well as many other Planning Commission considerations. And I will note that on page 96 of the overall packet, we have all of these listed out and summarized. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
You have a question, Dale?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we go to the public hearing, I'd like clarification on a couple things. Can we talk about the wall requirement for the drive-through? Can you bring up the aerial and show us, point out what the issue is, and perhaps we can get some input from the developer? So that it has not been met, the wall requirement?
Oh, yeah, they have a knee wall, a 3-foot knee wall, but they don't
Got
have the
that.
masonry wall that would be the screening wall between the RA and the RC.
So why wasn't that put on the plan?
So we propose a 6-foot vinyl fence along the entirety of the western and northern property lines in lieu of a masonry wall.
Can we get an aerial up, please?
Yeah, I can.
So everybody can get an idea what we're talking about?
Will that work, Phil? Great, thank you. So we propose a 6-foot vinyl fence along the entirety of the western and northern property lines in lieu of a 6-foot masonry wall. The reason we did that really was for the benefit of keeping the mature trees that are in the area. So installing a 6-foot masonry wall requires quite a substantial footer. Digging through roots is going to cause trees to die, plain and simple. So we added a 6-foot vinyl fence, which is a lot less invasive to the mature trees in the area. So that's going to accomplish largely the same thing, in addition to all of the evergreens and substantial buffering space that we've been providing.
Okay. And it's at the height that's required?
Yes.
Okay, so can we talk about the next issue, the height issue? I know we got different zoning, the RC2 versus commercial. Height of the commercial staff is 30. What's the RC2 maximum height?
For the pole lights, for the pole fixtures,
The height we were talking about,
that was 15 feet.
15 feet?
Yeah, and their poles are at 23.
For the building.
Right, yes, I'm talking about the building.
The building.
Building height.
Oh,
We have a building height issue?
The building height was compliant.
No issue with the building height.
It was 21.25 feet.
Okay, just for clarification, I didn't catch that. So the building height is fine. It meets, okay. We're talking about the 30 versus 15, the pole.
Yeah, that's for the pole-mounted lighting fixtures.
Is that something you could work with or comply or with the 15-foot requirement?
Yes, we can do 15-foot poles. It is going to require more poles on site to keep a constant light throughout the parking lots because they focus light on the ground, they're LEDs. So if you reduce the height, the wash is less. We'll have to add more poles, but we're more than happy to comply if the planning commission would like.
Okay, well, let's keep that an open issue. I guess let's go now to the lighting issue, the lumens, commercial versus residential. So that's measured what, at the property line?
They are in excess at the property line. That concern is actually measured in foot candles, and it's not that bad. They're just a little bit above 0.3 and only at driveways. But the lumen calc is where the real concern is. And that would be, the total that they have is 628,227 lumens. They have 15 different fixture types and many, many lights on the site. The amount permitted for the site for residential is only 74,943.75 lumens, and the amount for a commercial site would be 149,887.5. So they're maybe like 5 times more than a commercial site.
A lot of numbers. So one of the issues, if you were to be approved, one of the issues and concerns of the commission would be light shedding, spilling over into your neighbor's property. And whatever you could do in terms of shielding and whatever, have you exhausted every option to minimize that shedding of light to your neighbors while you still provide security and lighting that you need for your site?
Sure, so the planner will echo my comments here. There is no light shedding onto the neighbors' properties except for at the driveways. And even then, it's only very slightly. So what the planner is referencing is a deviation from your lighting standard within our property line.
But even so, in any commercial district, you're still,
We'd be more than happy to comply with the standards for the commercial district.
okay. So then that would be a reduction in your
Would be a
overall.
reduction. We will not be able to reduce all the way down to the residential requirement, but
No,
for a
I wouldn't
commercial
expect
district,
that.
we'll comply.
Okay. Because
Thank you,
that 628,000 is quite a bit more.
I'm set.
Anything else, Dale?
Very.
No, I'm good.
Barry?
Yeah, so upfall, I was concerned about the drive-through lanes, and I was looking at the picture, then, actually, I got help over here. The problem was with the lane where they actually put the orders in. There's no bypass there, because where you pick up the orders, there's a lot of room over there.
Right. That's correct.
Is there anything you can do about that? I'll turn the question over here. Is there anything you do about making that wider so if people get in the line and want to get out of it, can just drive around people that are putting in their orders? I know you're kind of running into you're getting close to where the detention area is over here, but is there anything that can be done about that? And then I have another question that might resolve a different issue that was brought out by Southfall. Can that be widened a little bit so that people can get around people putting in orders, they decide to not put an order?
Yeah, we absolutely can put a bypass lane. That's no problem to us. It does add more impervious surface, and it does get the technical drive-through closer to residential. But if the planning commission would like, we'd be more than happy to put in a bypass lane.
And the other thing is about the dumpsters. Because I know one of the concerns was it was facing it would be facing 12 Mile. It'd be quite a distance down, but it'd still be facing 12 Mile. And I looked and there's several parking spaces next to it. Could you flop the dumpsters over to the other end where basically the cars are coming out? And then it would be blocked by the building.
No, a garbage truck would not be able to maneuver in
Oh,
there.
okay, it's a maneuverability thing. I just thought that would look like an easy way to fix it, because then it would be blocked by the building.
So in reality, we could put the dumpster enclosure on the other side of the exit of the drive-through lane there, but that gets it closer to residential. That's why we chose the location that we did, because actually Sheet's preference is not to have it there, it's to have it in that top northwest corner.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Schultz? Question? Sure. Sorry, did I wake up? Item number 6 on the Giffords, page 11. Whether the proposed 24-hour operations are compatible with surrounding residential uses or districts. Does that mean that we could control their hours of operation?
So what that means is, in the context of the PUD review that you're doing, you can take into consideration that it's a 24-hour operation. If you don't think that's compatible, then you would act accordingly. You can inquire whether or not that's negotiable with the developer, the way some of these other comments have, but that's their proposal tonight.
You want to answer that?
It is not negotiable.
Okay.
We are a 24-hour operation, but again, to bring up all the buffering, the vinyl fence, all the requirements we're going through to make sure that during the nighttime, we are not a disturbance to our neighbors. We feel that there will not be any concern with our 24-hour operation. We also want to bring forth the benefit of having a 24-hour operation.
Okay.
There are a lot of people that work through the night that would benefit from our use.
I understand. Okay. You answered the question. Thank you. Anything else?
I have a question.
Yes.
So just addressing kind of all of the concerns we see before us, there's the required parking spaces. I think you're in excess of 6 spaces, but I guess I was just wondering if, you know, you have the spaces by the ordering area where the initial drive-through is that a function of that? Because that kind of is that excess of spaces. But they're
I'm sorry, can you
at the
rephrase that?
top, those extra spots up there. You're only required to have 38 spaces and you have 44. I know you have a reduction in pavement overall for the site as it is. I was just wondering how those spots at the top function as a part of the ordering process. Like, are you could.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so if you're asking the vehicles that they're showing in the drive-through, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, well, I mean, I know you need the bypass lane up there, but you have those extra spaces to the right or
The parking spots just south?
the left of,
The dumpster?
yeah, of the dumpster.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
They serve no function as part of the actual drive-through.
They don't, okay.
So regarding that, is that something that if you don't need it, is that something that could either be land banked for parking, for future or whatever, and make it green?
Sure. There's 5 spaces there. That'll bring us down to 39, which is just over your requirement.
Yeah. Might be a good consideration, and then if it gives you additional space for that bypass lane without too much trouble, potentially, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. I wasn't thinking about that earlier.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'll open the public hearing. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Who's first in line?
And Sam is number 3 here.
Pam, address the chair. Give your name to the clerk.
PG, I'm a resident and a taxpayer in the city of Farmington Hills. People, when you come up here, it's imperative to speak into the microphone so that you can be heard by this commission here and also by the people listening. Look around in this auditorium, commission members. This is the community melting pot. How is it that we would allow a company like Sheetz to occupy a historical, in our minds, landmark where the old Giannopolis restaurant used to be? As recent as April of this year, Sheetz has been fined by the federal government for their discrimination hiring practices. And let me just give you a few percentages just to let you know why we don't want this. Black applicants are denied employment at a rate of over 14.5%. Multiracial applicants are denied employment 13.5%. Native American applicants denied employment 13%. White applicants denied employment at a rate of under 8%. We don't want a company that would not be a good corporate citizen. We do not want a company that's a bully company that would come into our community and their main objective is to put the ma and pa businesses out of business. We appreciate the 2 gas stations that are on that corner. They have been community players. They have supported this community. They allow community flyers to be put up in their gas station, and when necessary and when asked, they donate for these community events. If Sheetz is all about the good food that they talk about, why not open up a restaurant and not a gas station? No. Thank you. Why not open up Sheetz Cafe and Coffee Bar? Why not open up Sheetz Fine Dining? We need restaurants here in the city of Farmington Hills. We don't have like a Giannopolis anymore on that corner. We don't have a Joe Muir's here. The only restaurant that we have, in my mind, that would be considered fine dining here is Cafe Cortina. So get rid of the pumps, open up a restaurant, and make it fine dining, or make it a coffee and cafe bar that we can come and use internet and communicate that way. I don't want a Sheetz gas station, and if you are in favor of not having a Sheetz here, don't clap, just stand up. I want them to see how many people are against Sheetz in this auditorium. Stand up. Stand up.
Thanks,
Stand
Pam.
up.
Pam, thank you. Who's next?
Good evening, committee. Thank you for the podium. Dennis Lathan, resident since '82 in current location since '86. I got some questions about what's the goal here relative to our resident base and the city government, because I'm confused. It can't be for gas, because when I look at the demographics of a square mile of that area, there are now 8 gas stations, of which 5 of them are 24 hours. And if I expand the demographics to 2 square miles, there's 13 gas stations, of which 8 are 24 hours. So we don't need gas. If it's food and it's 24 hours, again, what's the need? Burger King has not been able to successfully, as a corporate entity, to stay 24 hours. Roberto's has been closed there on the exit for over a decade. It was there for 20-plus years. Nobody's even attempted to try to resurrect that facility because they don't believe it's sustainable. I'm going to go back in time. The old Clock and the Nugget was there forever. It's been gone for 30 years, 24-hour locations. So 24-hour locations just don't work in this city. I look at Middle Belt, and it transcends from 8 Mile all the way to 14 Mile, and there's not one 24-hour food location on it, just gas stations. They're not there. And by the way, I checked with the city of Southville. Telegraph, a main entity, a subhighway, transcends from 8 Mile all the way up to Pontiac with no 24-hour restaurants. And I could go down every main street we have going from east or south to north, and we don't have 24-hour restaurants in this area. So my question is, what is the goal here? I mean, it's not for food and it's not for gas. I heard some interesting things about not being a capturer and not a producer of traffic, and I don't agree with that. When I drive home tonight, and again, I've lived here a long time, I can drive after 10:30 right through the intersection of 12 Mile Middle Belt, and I could do it again on Ing Street. There's no traffic in that area. And I've had friends that are in PD on this department. There's a saying, after 1 a.m. in the city of Farmington Hills, nothing good happens in this city. So what are we allowing to happen? Is this a staging ground for the next incident that we just had this summer, which we couldn't believe what happened in Farmington Hills? A nutbag drinking coffee and contemplating his next move, loads up his AK-47 and decides to shoot up 5 more police cars in the neighborhood, because nothing's good gonna happen in this location. And I can't even believe that I'm up here having to debate with a committee. If we want a future in this city, let's look at successful communities who've done it right. Northfield, Plymouth, Birmingham, they've gotten it right. Fraser, a little industrial city, has already knocked this out of the park, both at the city council and the planning commission.
Thank you.
So why can't we do the same?
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Sam Dorchin. I'm an architect. I'm also a resident immediately behind this development. I'm behind the fire station, and I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
It isn't that I was roped into this. I'm also very friendly with the planners. Never discussed it with the planner, other than, can I get up and speak about this? Yes, I can. I have a fire station behind me. I have a church behind me. I'm a planner myself. Would I put a facility such as the one that is proposed, would I put it in an area that has 2 struggling gas stations that never are filled, and apparently one is having an extremely difficult time now? Would I put it in an area of small business? I don't think so. I know planners from all over the state. I do work in all 48 states, and this is, it's like sticking a zoo in the middle of a park. I mean, it makes no sense. And for whatever the reason that this is proposed for this site, there are sites all over the country that could use places like this. Not this one. I mean, this is already developed. I was a client of the restaurant that is disappearing. Very nice people. I think we were all there and we'll all miss them. That doesn't mean that we're not going to get another one. What a nice, quiet, yet viable area that we are living in 12 Mile and Middle Belt. And if there's anything more, as an architect for 40 years, doing projects all over the country, I have not seen
Thank you.
anything like this. Thank you.
Appreciate your input. Next.
Dion DeGennaro, I'm here representing my mom who lives across the street on Middle Belt Road. I'm going to agree with the last speaker. This development is fundamentally out of place. Placing a commercial project like this directly next to residential neighborhoods creates a host of problems of which the planning board is already aware. I'm going to skip over the stuff that I had so we don't rehash the same stuff. But on the drive-through, clearly this drive-through on this site plan is causing numerous issues. Doesn't meet the zoning requirements for either district as proposed. I don't really appreciate Sheets kind of misrepresenting their compliance with these districts in their presentation. But they don't have the adequate major or secondary thoroughfares that buffer the surrounding residential areas. The placement of the drive-through, as was noted, is also messing up the placement of the dumpster. So removing that drive-through could lead to a better placement of that dumpster. And the drive-through and additional parking spaces, as was already noted, if you remove those, it would reduce the total amount of impervious surfaces that would make it more in line with the city's new master plan. The 24/7, I don't need to go over that. But as was previously mentioned at the last meeting, they only plan on having 9 cars an hour go through this drive-through. I hardly think that all of this is necessary if they're only planning to get 9 cars an hour. Doesn't make sense. My biggest issue personally is the lighting, and so I'm glad that Giffords-Webster's report touched on that. The lighting levels that they want to put on this property are 8.4 times higher than what is allowed at the homes next to this property, and as was noted, 4.2 times higher than the surrounding businesses. If these lights are mounted 50% higher than what would be allowed at that 22 feet, that's not really fair to the residents or the other businesses in that area. If you guys grant variances to that, you're kind of giving them a step up on the surrounding businesses. I don't think that's very fair if you grant that variance and you don't give it to everyone else. The green space benefit that justifies the PUD, I think that's part of it. The developer is highlighting the preservation of that green space on the northern part of the property as the community benefit as to why this PUD should be approved. That green space already exists, and it would continue to exist whether or not Sheets chooses to develop that site. I don't think them saying, hey, we're going to keep that green space is going to justify the negative impacts that this development brings. So I urge you guys to carefully consider whether this development aligns with the best interests of all of us, and I ask that you not approve or not recommend this to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, I live on Greencastle subdivision. Now, I'm against this.
We need your name.
My name is Ken Polk. I'm against this project, but I'm not going to go into all the issues, probably just like all these people here are. But the gentleman, a couple gentlemen before me mentioned a good point now. Recently retired, I had 40 years as a lieutenant medic in the major metropolitan fire department city right next to Farmington Hills, just to the east. And let me tell you something about after midnight, right? When this guy said it, the benefits of the city, what do you think is going to happen? All these people who are drinking and doing whatever, driving. So now, hang on. Now, while you go drive by a Taco Bell sometime, 11 o'clock on the weekend or something, it's jammed. Okay? Now, those people are just looking for food. Now, if you offer food and gas, after midnight, I promise you, I've been on these runs, thousands of them. All right, the darker and the later it gets, the worse the injuries and fatalities get. This will negatively affect everybody in here. Maybe not directly, you may not get, but someone in your family, one of your friends or something. When you're on the road, it is nothing but dangerous. And now you can get, you're out drinking, whatever you're doing, go to Taco Bell, you get something. Now you can go get food and gas at the same place. This will negatively affect everybody, I can guarantee you that, and that's from experience. Good luck.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Faye Nemmer, so I represent the small mom and pop shops.
What street?
I'm part of the MENA American Chamber of Commerce, so I represent the small mom and pop shops that are within the vicinity.
Okay.
Thank you. So I think visually, if you just look up at the screen and look at the size of the proposed site, which the gentleman from Sheets said it's 3.3 acres, and then compare it to the one across the street, which is a small station at the very bottom of that corner, that's the average size of a community gas station. What you're looking at is a truck stop. That's what the residents of Livonia refer to this as, a truck stop. They've denied the first one. They're in the process of denying the second application because they consider it a truck stop. It does not fit within the character of your community. And they're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, which just does not work. One of the things that we've undertaken, and I want to be mindful of your time and respectful of the residents' contribution here. Don't listen to me. Don't take my word for it. Listen to your residents. One of the groups that we've interacted with, a group of concerned citizens that is from Farmington Hills, they surveyed residents, 52,000 registered voters, and they heard back from 1,990 residents. And they only looked at those that are 21 years and older because Sheetz offers alcoholic beverages. Noting that fact, and I want to compare it to national polling. So we just went through an election. When CNN does their presidential polling, they look at 500 to 1,000 people nationally for their presidential polling. The fact that we received 2,000, almost 2,000 respondents, that means that your residents are very wary of what's coming. And 77% of those residents, 77% of those respondents who reside in the zip code 48334, which is directly impacted by the implementation of this Sheetz gas station, oppose the implementation of a Sheetz gas station. So listen to your residents. Don't take my word for it. And this was independently verified, and I can gladly provide the polling information. And then the value proposition of Sheetz, that they're creating incremental revenue and creating jobs. They're cannibalizing revenue of the small mom and pop shops, and they're reallocating the jobs of those people from those gas stations to their gas stations. So it's not a job creation, that's a facade. It's not revenue creation. Actually, what they're doing is sucking, economically, sucking money away from the state because it impacts the entire local economy and the entire supply chain because they source all of their products and fuel from out of state. And don't take the notion that they're a family-based business. It's a corporate entity with a market
Thanks.
valuation of $7.5 billion. Thank you.
Hi, Michael Madigan. I won't reiterate some of the points that have been made earlier, but I wanted to use Sheetz words, their own words, I should say. Sheetz made a plea to U.S. Congress earlier this year, 2024, in their own words. A 24/7 operation poses unique challenges as there are times of day. Sorry. A 24/7 operation poses some unique challenges as there are times of day our stores will be the only business open in a community. This means the type and number of crimes that affect our stores are significantly different from many other retailers. An increase in shoplifting, armed robberies, vehicle theft, violent crime that happens on the lots of our store locations. That's Sheetz complaining about things that are happening there. Our employees and customers never know if one of these incidents will escalate into a violent criminal act. Sheetz goes on to reference an armed robbery at one of their locations that resulted in the shooting death of Police Sergeant Philip Nix. If Sheetz themselves are pleading with U.S. Congress for assistance in curbing crime, what hope do we have here? Finally, I'm glad this is up here. I thought this was silly because, you know, people aren't going to be able to see it, but you see the residential properties around. This is the Romulus location, clearly, you know, commercial and farmland. The proposed Taylor location, commercial. Second Taylor location, somebody mentioned truck stop, looks just like it, commercial, no homes. Warren, highly commercial. Next, what else do we have here? Another farmland, I believe, in Macomb. A lot of greenery here. And then you look at that juxtaposition there, simply put, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's been said before, but Madison Heights and Livonia made wise decisions to deny Sheetz. We'd be wise to do the same here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madigan.
Good evening, Amy Broglin Peterson again. With reference to the Sheetz proposal, I have 3 comments. Number one, already touched on by a previous resident, I believe the architect, who spoke very well. We have 7 gas stations already in a square mile within the radius of the proposed site. Certainly, that is not conducive to the nature of what we desire as a community, as evidenced by the amount of people here before you. So second point, please take note of what the community wants. That should take precedence over what a giant corporation desires. Third, I'm not clear why we're even discussing or comparing anything about their proposal to that of a commercial building or property, because this is sitting in the middle of a bunch of residences. So we shouldn't even be looking at the commercial codes at all. Finally, I will end this with, if I was someone who liked to loiter, I would absolutely be digging sheets. So please, if you're looking for people who want to loiter late into the night, forward this, because that's what you're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Yes, hello. This is Brian Ventura. I'm a Wood Creeker. Yeah.
Lift it up.
Not good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Brian Ventura. I'm in Wood Creek, across the street, Middlebelt, and a registered professional engineer in the state of Michigan. Yeah, and I'm sorry. I guess a couple comments. One is that I got the impression from the discussion here about what codes were violated, not violated, but ordinances that weren't quite met, that there were quite a few of them, specifically with regards to lighting, as well as some others, but principally about the lighting. And I think that being this is a residential, principally a residential area, that's going to have a major impact on people living in the area and the residences surrounding this development. Another factor is going to be the 24/7 operation, which is not conducive to the area here. If you live here, you know that it's pretty quiet and pretty peaceful after midnight. And so we really need to consider this as an important factor to our livability. When I was on the year 2000 committee for the city of Farmington many years ago, that was one of the big drivers in those plans, was livability of the city and how to get there. And this seems to be definitely a step backwards. And there's really no reason to have, as other people have mentioned, have more gas stations in the area, as well as the potential for crime, noise pollution, and especially light pollution for the people that currently live here and they have vested interest. I myself have been in the Farmington Hills area for almost 40 years, and I really appreciate living here, and I hope that you people take into consideration the importance that the citizens that live here take in the community and do not make this mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Kathleen Hayes Parvin. I've lived in Farmington Hills since 1993. I feel like a 24/7 operation is not compatible with my neighborhood. We need gas stations and junk food like we need more holes in our head. Most people who buy gas in this area go down to 10 Mile and Middle Belt because it's about 20 cents cheaper per gallon. And sometimes more. The further north you get, the more expensive the gas gets. I am highly opposed to this. I feel like the people's voice needs to be heard, and I think that sheets is not the right thing for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name's Tim Parvin. I live about 1/8 of a mile north of this proposed site. A little history lesson, if I may. On the southeast corner where Planet Fitness is, in the mid-90s, Home Depot wanted to come in there with a big box operation, and the Planning Commission and the neighbors were against it. There was no synergy with other major businesses. There was too much traffic. It was a 7-day operation from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and it just didn't fit with the neighborhood. Wisely, it was turned down, and I think we can all agree that what we have now is a much better fit for the area. There's been a mention of gas stations in the area. You know, if you go just west on 12 Mile at Orchard Lake and 12 Mile, there are 3, that's probably one of the top 10 most traveled and accident-prone intersections according to MDOT. At Orchard Lake and 12 Mile, there are 3 major gas stations there. Go north to Orchard Lake and 13 Mile, there's another 3 major gas stations there. And of course, we have our own little favorites in our neighborhood right there at the intersection of this proposed site. At each of these 3 intersections of gas stations, our Farmington Hills city government has approved and granted permission to close and remodel a gas station at each of these locations to allow for a massive expansion of their retail operation. I thought we were moving away from fossil fuels and cars are getting better gas mileage, but yet we just seem to be wanting to grow gas stations. I'm not sure. I'm wondering if our presenter there from Sheets would be interested in entertaining closing at 10 o'clock, which seems to fit more with the neighborhood as an option, and to do without the drive-through option. I'm not sure if that's in their model to make money, so I'm thinking that probably wasn't going to fly. This type of project really belongs on a major thoroughfare. I mean, what about our commitment and your commitment, and our city government commitment to these people that are already investing monies to increase these gas station sizes on Orchard Lake? And even our little chill box on 12 Mile Middlebelt is putting in some money to make a nice stand. It seems like our city has quite enough gas stations. I know all of you commissioners have vast and varied experience, which is why you're on the Planning Commission. I mean, you are our fellow neighbors. And a planned unit development, I don't think, and to rubber stamp this project is the right answer. It may be unfortunate for the current property owner, HRA, a senior residence provider, that it will continue to stay on their books, but it will be a catastrophically unfortunate event for all of us residents for the rest of our lives, because we'll have to endure this. So I would ask you to think and have a mindset to imagine as if you are our neighbors and you share this community, we share this community together as you represent us in our local government. Make the choice for our people and not for unneeded and unwanted business. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody, and I want to say thank you for allowing us this time to speak. I concur with all of my neighbors, so I want to bring up, I'm sorry, Margaret Keys Howard. I live on Sylvan Circle, which is just north of the proposed site, and it's really in our backyard. And I do want to concur with what my fellow neighbors have already said, but I want to point out a few other things. We are a mom and pop community. We do support our small businesses, and we are a dog walking community. I walk that corridor almost every day, and one of the things that has not been mentioned is the bus traffic for our children who are brought and dropped right off next door to where the proposed site is. I often am walking with children so that they are accompanied safely because it's dark early in the morning, and I want to make sure that that is something that is in consideration that has not been talked about, is the safety of our children, our dog walkers, and our families who often walk that corridor just to get a good walk in and to remain healthy. I do not see, and I do not believe any of my other comrades of neighbors think that there is any aesthetic beauty to what Sheets has presented tonight. Even the knee-high wall is not appealing to our community. This is something that we need to be looking at as far as what someone said. It is a off-ramp, on-ramp restaurant. And I have visited it in Maryland, I have visited in Virginia, and I visited most recently in Raleigh-Durham. These are not what you would call quality restaurants. It is not a place where I would want my children or grandchildren to be getting meals from. And I'm going to tell you, I was appalled at the filth, particularly in the Maryland locations, where they're talking about they keep the area nice and clean. I do not believe that they do. I visited often because I go to Maryland at least 2 to 3 times a month, and I made it a point to visit the different Sheets in that state. The other thing I just want to say too is that when we think about community, we also have to think about future. I want to support my Holly Hills community as well. This is a community that does care about nature, that does care about the animals, that does care about what is in our backyard. And it really just seems that instead of looking at a PUD, that we look at the residential preference criteria. That's the RPC, the residential preference criteria instead of a PUD. Please think about that when you take your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Joseph, and I want to, sorry. Hi, my name is Marilyn Joseph, and I'm here to echo the sentiments of my neighbors and the fellow residents. In a January letter to the Committee on Small Business, Gary Zimmerman, Sheet's General Counsel, acknowledged the unique challenges posed by the round-the-clock operations, noting that there are times when their stores are the only businesses open in a community. He highlighted a troubling trend of increasing shoplifting, armed robberies, and violent crime at their locations. Also, I note that Sheetz Corporation has come under citations from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for underground fuel storage violations, resulting in over $1 million in fines, as well as a lawsuit from the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for discriminatory hiring practices. I don't feel that they're presenting themselves properly and that this is a good fit for our community. And as a resident here, I hope you will think as our neighbors and take that into grave consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm a lot shorter. Excuse me. My name is Joe Nune, and I live on Berrywood Lane, which is in the Beechwood Hills subdivision adjacent to the west of this development. And I have one question that the gentleman from Sheetz could answer probably with a yes or no, and that is, in the convenience store, will alcohol be served? Maybe you people know the answer to that question. The other thing is, I have spoken to police officers, and they said, multiple police officers said a facility like this will bring crime to the neighborhood. So I'm particularly concerned about the barrier between the development and the condos immediately to the west. I don't know what a vinyl fence is. I don't know how secure it is, but that would be a big concern on my part. Other than that, the only thing I could say is, if I had more time, I'd repeat everything that's been spoken here before me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next.
Good evening. I'm Robert Dahl, Farmington Hills. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I took a drive out to Romulus to take a look at their facility. Maybe you've done the same thing. To me, this facility is what you see on the interstate. It's not, should not be in our neighborhood. That's the first thing. Secondly, within a mile to a mile and a quarter, there's currently 8 gas stations. Lastly, Sheetz sells cheap gas, like we used to have in our cars. All the gas stations around that area, for actually several miles around there, sell top-tier gasoline, the best for your car. I will never buy gas if they're there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sheila Schoenberg, and I live next to Joe, so I live on the west side, so adjacent to the wall. The lighting, the way the building, the structure looks, again, it is an off-ramp kind of thing, and it should have been built on 12 Mile and Orchard Lake off the expressway, not in a community that's nice and quiet. That's why we live there. I've lived there a long time. My husband's lived there longer, nice and quiet. There's a lot of elderly people. I don't want the lights. I don't want the community or that whole area. It's just going to bring everything down, and it's just not attractive at all.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Shane Steffen. I'm also a neighbor of hers. We live in the Beechwood Hills condominium. I'm here tonight to let Sheetz know that they are not wanted in our neighborhood. We don't need a 24-hour store that is going to bring nothing but riffraff all hours of the night. We don't need the drug people. We don't need the drunk people in our neighborhood, just like we don't need the Sheetz gas station. There is way too many lights, 8% more than other commercial businesses around in the neighborhood. If they get this deal done, it will look like an airport in our community. If you go online and take a look at all the reviews and everything you see online, you'll see how they kept their stores, which is very trashy. If you look at all their trash cans online, it's all overflowing and the trash is all over the neighborhood. We don't need no more trash in our neighborhood. As far as I'm concerned, Sheets can go back south where they came from.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. So good to see so many people out. Thank you for coming.
Okay, what's your name?
I have some concerns.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Joan Gebhardt.
Thank you.
And I live in Pine Knolls condominiums, not very far from what we're talking about here. We're asked to judge a company that's very large with many employees and much money. And so they're making themselves known in Michigan. Why? We know nothing about their financial. We've not been told anything about their financial status, whether they're doing this expansion to shore up their profits and their money, or who knows what their reason is. But I'm suspicious of their financial position, period. Now, it's my understanding that many newly installed gas stations fail. I do not know what the percentage is, but I know that they generally get abandoned. So our community has a risk of deterioration or death of our community. It could turn out that we could never, if they fail, the assumption is that they will be successful. But however, if they fail, even after time passes, there'll never be anybody else who wants to purchase that property. Why? Because somebody has to remediate the mess there to satisfy legalities, local legalities. Somebody has to take on remediation, and nobody wants to no buyer is going to say, I want to do that, especially if it's, let's say it's 15 years old. Okay, that's one thing. That's one of my concerns. It is a risk because it could destroy our beautiful, healthy, reasonably priced place to live.
Thank you. Time's up. Next.
Hi. My name's Mike Yandor. I live on Moran Street. You can all keep your hands down. I've done a lot of business travel, not recently. I've been a resident in Farmington Hills for 20 years. I've worked in Farmington Hills for 8 years. I eat most of my sandwiches, buy all my gas here too. In 2012, I invited Sheets to come here. I stopped at a Sheets station in Maryland. I was really impressed with their operation. I was happy to go see one finally. I had a good conversation with the manager, and I was really impressed with their operation. And I told him, when you see Mr. Sheets, you tell him to come to Michigan. I was really excited to see that Sheets was coming not only to Michigan, but right around the corner practically from where I live. And I'm really surprised to see all of the people being upset about it. Let's face some serious facts here. That property has been vacant for 5 years. Nobody else has offered to buy it. Nobody else has a plan. You've all had 5 years. Sheets has a proven business model that works. It has a proven business model that works, and the neighbors like it. From the business owners I've spoken to personally, from my relatives that live near them, West Virginia and Ohio, they like it. As you know, as far as some of the other questions, I was really concerned about all this talk about impervious surfaces. We have clay. Clay is naturally impervious. It really doesn't matter if we pave it or grass it. The water is going to come off. So I don't understand why that's an issue. Frankly, I think you should take that off the table. If we lived west of 23 or further out west where the soil is sand, impervious surfaces would matter, but it doesn't matter here. It'd go down a few inches of topsoil and then runs off. I chose to spoke despite all the opposition because I have a real problem with people telling other people what they can and can't do with their own property. None of you own that property. They've got a good business model, and you've had a chance to buy that property if you wanted to control that property. Another issue I have is the accusation of racism. And first I'll say that I have nothing to do with Sheetz. I don't own stock. I'm not a member. I'm not an employee. I'm just a resident. And I have an issue with things that aren't true. Sheetz doesn't discriminate based on color. They discriminate based on content of character. I looked into the lawsuit. They don't hire convicted felons, which I feel is a reasonable complaint, is a reasonable reason not to hire somebody to run a cash business. I certainly wouldn't want a convicted felon handling my cash. They're good people and they hire people. You know, I have no idea how many convicted felons live in Farmington Hills. As far as other issues, I've addressed them before. The setbacks look good. The compliance issues are minor. The light pollution is only at the entrances, like you mentioned. I see no reason to deny this PUD. I mean, they seems like they're still willing to make some reasonable accommodations. So either vote yes or table it till next time. Thank you.
Next.
They have to get on TV.
Good evening. My name is Steve Bridges. I've been a resident for... Good evening. My name is Steve Bridges. I live on Doheny Drive. I've been a resident here for 8 years. I am, like the gentleman before me, a proponent of Sheetz coming to Farmington Hills. Okay. So Sheetz is developing a site that I would consider abandoned and urban decay. The former Giannopolis restaurant has sat vacant since 2019. I'm very excited that Sheetz has come in to develop that area that will otherwise sit unused for countless years. I see no basis for concerns about the additional crime, especially that they're proposing to have the area very well lit. This will provide a great benefit for our city. We have no 24-hour restaurants or convenience stores currently. Greens has since closed, and everything is now closed after 10 p.m. post-COVID. So our city will benefit from the taxable revenue of this business, and they bring good paying jobs. I see no reason to oppose them. We should not be standing in the way of progress of businesses coming into our city. Sheetz starts at the bare minimum at $16 an hour. Their managers can make up to $100,000 a year. I ask you to usher this through and treat it as a commercial zone to allow for the development and progress in our city. Additionally, I live next to the Tim Hortons, and it's not 24 hours, but the lights are on all night, and they do not affect my home or our area. There is not a concern from noise pollution. So if you allow that, I feel like you should allow Sheetz. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Hello, my name is Johnine Colganty. I live in the Wood Creek subdivision. I think you can hear me. Going back to earlier about the Holly Hills subdivision, the man said that, oh, well, the people 55 and older aren't out at 7. I beg to differ. I'm over 55. I'm out driving my kids to school, and that's the point I have here. First, I agree with all my neighbors about that. It's going to be too light. Yes, it does increase crime. Even if something's well lit, there can be extra crime. There's even, so my concern is about the 3 schools in the neighborhood, all that require parents to drive them. There's a lady mentioned busing, but there's 3 schools that don't have buses. There's a school right on 12 Mile, right down from the corner. I think it's called the Huda Day School. It's a Muslim school. Parents have to drive them. There's a Catholic school on 12 Mile. Parents have to drive them. There's the Farmington STEAM Academy. My kids go there. Parents have to drive them. That school where my kids go, they have over 700 students. And, you know, maybe there's a couple students per parent, but, you know, there are hundreds of parents driving, I'm not exaggerating, driving their children to school and picking them up every day in that 12 and Middle Belt area. They have to, you know, many of them travel in that neighborhood. So I think it's going to be, you know, I kind of take issue with the fact that we only capture traffic. We don't create traffic. I think if you're saying, oh, we're a restaurant, we're a one-stop shop, we're a gas station, I think that would be a destination for some people. And I'm just worried about the children and the traffic and the accidents like the man talked about earlier and all the other things my neighbor said. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Commission. Good evening, concerned citizens of Farmington Hills. My name is Keith Henry Jr. I'm the HOA president of Orient Court, a 9-unit association north of the development. To all my HOA presidents, Tim of Beechwood, Joe of Timbercrest, Beechwood, Wood Creek. Our primary goals of HOA presidents is to ensure the safety of our residents and visitors, the safeguarding of property and vehicles, the beautification, preservation, and enhancement of property values, and ensuring that our private residents stay private. I have one of my members here and another one here. We worked hard to get those values of those properties north of 500,000, and we want to keep those values there of those properties. As a community deeply invested in the well-being and integrity of our neighborhoods, we highly oppose the Sheets development at the intersection of 12 Mile and Middle Belt. This project poses significant risks for the quality of life, safety, and environmental sustainability in the surrounding areas. Every morning at 6:50, I walk to that corner with my son to the bus stop. Every morning. That's part of my day, and I thoroughly enjoy it. I'm not going to touch on the other things that everybody touched on, but nobody touched on the environmental concerns of that gas station being there. I'm going to say that again. Nobody touched on any environmental concerns. We urge local officials to prioritize the concerns of our residents over corporate interests and reject this proposal. The character and safety of Farmington Hills should not be compromised for a project that offers negligible community benefits with substantial long-term drawbacks. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is George, and I live at 29410 Orion Court. I would like to see how is your day, guys. Look like it's a long day. Anyway, I live right in the corner, and Orion Court. I have 2 kids. My neighbor have 3 kids or 4 kids. I'm not sure about it. I watched him a couple of days standing up in the street waiting for the bus. Same with Keith. I just want to see when the gas station open, how they're going to stand up over there. We're going to end up with first time driving, 17, 18, hanging up in the parking lot, having fake driver license, having beer, and throwing the bottle. The company never showed the picture how it's going to be the street. I did some homework. They say they're going to have about 18 to 20 truck, 18-wheel drive, deliver stuff every single day. The size of the company is about 62,000 square foot. I wish you think about it very good, because most of you have kids, you have family, and you have house, and nobody want to push you out of your house. As a big guy, they want to push us out of the house. We're only 9 houses in the street. I live over there in 23 years, and very peace, comfortable, safety, where I let my kids stay in the street, bike, back and forth. When they was 1 year old, till they growing up, they are high school, One of them graduate school, college. I wish you think about it very good. I just want to see the picture for the station, for the traffic, how it's going to be. We're going to face heavy traffic every single day. What they do, they push the price for the gas 50 cents cheaper in every single one. I'm not competition for the guys, not competition for nobody here, but this is how they're going to bring the traffic. And every single one like to drive to see this 10 cents different. That's what we're going to see over there. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Farmington Hills Planning Commission. My name is Joseph Weaver, the president of Timbercrest Condominium Association. We have 165 homeowners that live inside that subdivision. So, thank you. I'm here tonight to express my deepest concern concerning this new gas station that is proposed to be at 12 Mile and Middle Belt. We don't need another gas station nowhere in Farmington Hills in that close proximity. We need that like a hole in the head. We don't even need that. We can do better with that property than what we're trying to propose here today. The property is too small, okay, and we don't need it there. We can find something else better to do with that because we know anything open 24 hours is going to be a problem for people coming in from other areas causing some problems. And we don't need our property values to go down. We don't need to be on the news about bad news. We be on the news about good news and good things happening. We're the place for people who are coming to live here for the right reason, not for others to come here to tear down the norms of our communities and bring our property values down. That's the first thing I want to get across off my chest. The second thing is the fact that, listen here, keep in mind that the traffic is going to be a problem at 12 and Middle Belt because the 12 is a problem with traffic now. Every now and then you'll see cars smashing up there because people are in a hurry. They don't pay a lot of attention. They own a cell phone. They got to text. They got to talk. Do all these kinds of things. That is not the proper thing to have there. Think of something else, commissioners, the lot commissioners that come into place here, but not a gas station at 12 and Middle Belt, period. Think about it. You all are property owners. You all live here. Think about us, think about you, because remember, we all in this together. And every money, every dollar is not a good dollar to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Olenzik. I live over in Holly Hill Farms. First of all, I've never been told to speak up at any forum. I think I'm plenty loud. All right. The thing I want to bring up is looking at traffic, all right? If you look at the Sheetz business model, or if you've traveled in Ohio or Virginia, you'll notice they have a lot of billboards, all right? And I have an example here of a couple of their billboards. I'm going to pass it over to you so you can take a look.
They were sent to us.
I'm sorry?
You already got them sent to us.
Okay. The idea here is that they're advertising on their billboards that this fuel is available at a low cost, or they have their convenience store here open 24 hours at the next exit. And on their billboards, they say how to get to their place. All right. So in a traffic study, I think there's going to be more traffic coming from our exits, all right? Exits that are already having problems and that are accident prone, especially Orchard Lake and 12 Mile, all right? That's where the people who see these signs, a lot of them are travelers, they want cheap gas, they want 24-hour food, or they want liquor late at night. Sheetz has got it all, right? They're going to come through that exit or other times of the day. My wife and I ride our bikes. We like to walk in the area. We like to walk over to the ice cream store on 12 Mile. And I'm just afraid we're going to be dodging traffic as they come in and out of that truck stop like gas station. That's what I worry about. I also worry about the lighting, which most everyone has already talked about. So if we're doing a traffic study, we have to count on plus traffic coming off the highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Laura G., and I live on Berrywood Lane. And I think I came here hoping to find some answers, but I have a little bit more confusion. So I wanted to address that first. I want to understand, is that property commercial or residential? Because it's not clear. I appreciate what, I don't know your name, I'm sorry, over there. All your explanations, you helped with that. But I heard back and forth, it doesn't meet residential, but it meets the commercial. So has there been a determination, is this residential or commercial property? Because that makes a difference, pardon me? It's a mix. Is that allowed to be a mix? Is that right to be a mix? And so that concerns me.
That's why this is a PUD.
I don't, but you know, the funny thing is, I'm using some time, but we come here to the meetings and we don't like to challenge the board. We don't want to challenge sheets and make them, we're not against sheets as people.
I'll explain it when we get a chance.
Do you know, but I don't know what a PUD is. We don't know some of your language. So we have more questions. I do have a question about property value. Will this increase or decrease property value? I've lived in condo for 40 years. I worked at Beaumont Farmington Hills for 35 years. And 12 Mile in Middlebelt is traffic congestion. We get all the leftover traffic from when the expressway is blocked off, or Orchard Lake has a problem, or Inkster's closed, or 13 Miles closed, or 11 Mile. There's so much construction, and we get hit there. It's hard to get through that light. I do see people walking, riding bikes, buses trying to stop, buses trying to pick people up. So those are some of the questions that I have. And Sheets, the representative, did comment about being a traffic capture. Well, how do you capture traffic if you don't direct it to you in the first place? So to me, are there going to be billboards on the expressway saying Sheets this way, come to 12 Mile and Middlebelt? Because those are all deal breakers for us in our community. And so we wanted to understand more about things like that. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate all of my co-neighbors. We care about Farmington Hills very much. It looks misplaced, and it doesn't seem to fit the personality of our community there. It's a strong community, and I thank you very much.
Okay, next.
Good evening, Jonathan Holmes. I live in Wood Creek. My principal concerns with this development, and I hope the commission will reject this use, are the lighting level and 24-hour operation, which, as a lot of my neighbors have said, are out of character for this corner. We also already have plenty of gas stations there, and I'm concerned that if this one is successful, it'll be at the cost of one of the other two. And I believe one of our neighbors asked about, why are we burying more massive fuel tanks underground? She was concerned about the environmental long-term and remediation of the site in the future. In the shorter term, if one of the other gas stations on the corner fails, someone will have to dig up those tanks and remediate the soil on those sites before that land can be reused. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Joan Williams. I live inside of the Timbercrest subdivision. And first of all, I just want to commend my neighbors and everybody for coming out, because this shows you where we're at. This shows you that we care about this community. This shows you that we've thought about this. People have said they've driven to the different sheiks to see how they look and how they operated. The one lady talked about how she's visited their facilities in different cities and stuff like that. This is not for Farmington Hills. It is not for us. It is not for our community. At 10 o'clock, actually, it's almost my bedtime. Okay? Okay? We're asleep. We don't worry about things. And if you guys can remember, when we had the 7-Eleven that was 24 hours, bring in the police officers and let them tell you what went down with 24-hour 7-Eleven. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist, y'all. We got to wake up. People are not here just to be here and waste time. And we're not knocking sheets. Do your thing, but don't do it here. Don't do it here. We don't want you. We don't want you. Thank you so much. That's all I have to say. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next.
Sayyid Radvi. I live on Orion Court, just north of the site. One of the immediate neighbors, if I may say, one of the most impacted neighbors. I'm a father of three. I have 10, 6, and 3 years old, and I'm deeply concerned about the safety of my children and the safety of the neighborhood. My concerns are no different than the concerns of all the other neighbors here. Those are very basic concerns. We don't really need third gas station at that intersection. And if those two local gas stations cannot really compete with the big company like Sheetz, we cannot really afford to have another 2 abandoned gas stations at that intersection. And I'm also worried about the increase in traffic to an intersection that already has high traffic. And other concerns are public safety, in addition to noise pollution, light pollution, and the crime risk, because this is going to be 24-hour restaurant, and especially after midnight. So those are my concerns. I request to please consider all these impacts to all the neighbors here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hank?
Good evening. My name's Hank Morosky. I live at 28661 Village Lane here in Farmington Hills. The many comments you have heard tonight, I also had in my notes, and I'm not going to repeat them, but just to note that some time ago, this body had an advisor who, in his analysis of proposals that came before you, looked at the transitions between what was proposed and what was already there. So let's picture where we are now here at 11 Mile and Orchard Lake, a similar intersection to 12 and Middle Belt, except you don't have any gas stations here yet. In the evening, at 11 o'clock, you drive through this area, and it's dark. And it's exactly the same at 12 Mile in Middle Belt. Now picture the area, kitty corner from here, over here, northeast corner. There's a small office building with some land to the north. Imagine that site being this large 24-hour lighted gas station and food complex. This is basically what you're deciding tonight. Would it be appropriate for this area? Will it be appropriate for our area there near Wood Creek? You've heard a lot of reasons tonight for denying this PUD request, and I think they're all valid. All of these things that people have mentioned, they're not conjecture. They're not just things people are thinking about. Everything that has been mentioned tonight, they all will occur. You will have issues with traffic, you'll have issues with crime, you'll have issues with all of the things we've heard tonight. So for these and many other reasons, we request you deny this PUD. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there anything? What? I was going to go back to him. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be more questions now for the proponent based on what we heard.
Okay, go ahead and ask.
Yeah, one question. Do you have comments you want to make?
Sound check. Can you all hear me okay? Great, okay. I have some comments I wanted to make to address some of the major concerns that were brought about by the citizens, and then I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have. Better? Oh, that's way too better, huh?
No, it's good.
It's good, okay. All right, so the first concern I wanted to address was safety. It is something that we addressed in the last hearing, but I do understand the concern that everyone is addressing. So our stores feature a first-in-their-class security procedures and systems. We've worked over the past 70 years, remember we started in 1952, to earn the trust of our customers and create a safe space. To that point, we've heard stories of people who use our lots as an exchange point for online marketplace deals like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, and also an exchange point for parents doing custody exchanges. People know that Sheetz values safety. It's a safe place to feel your body and car before you hit the pavement on a road trip, which is especially important coming into the Thanksgiving holiday here. Number two, environment. So we heard a lot of passionate comments about protecting the environment from contamination. And let me tell you, no one is more passionate about that than Sheetz. We maintain a nearly 100% technical compliance rate with the EPA. We have third parties inspect our systems at 4 times the rate than what is actually required. We install state-of-the-art systems that far exceed the requirements of every state we operate in, including the state of Michigan. We have 2 entire departments within Sheetz that are dedicated to the very endeavor of protecting environments. And again, because those folks and the entire company are very proud of it, we maintain a nearly 100% technical compliance rate with the EPA. Addressing traffic. So convenience stores are convenient. They're not a destination. We capture the majority of our customers from existing traffic and not from generating additional. We pick up a customer who is already driving by and put them right back on the road, and our traffic study supports that. We routinely work with government agencies just like yourself and the county to make sure our access points are safe. Truck stop. This location is not a truck stop. There are no amenities here that would cater to a semi-truck. The fuel, it's not there. It would take a half hour for a semi to fill up. The lot is not big enough for semis to be able to park here and maneuver comfortably. There are no amenities that a truck driver is going to want to come here for. Number 4, why do we need another gas station? So when we hear these types of comments, they're obvious, or most commonly are rooted in a spirit that is bad for the consumer. So the convenience industry is one of the most competitive and fragmented industries in the entire country. There's over 125,000 C-stores. Many folks around Michigan, including a couple who we heard from tonight, are excited about our coming here because it is introducing more competition, which is very good for the consumer. But that does bring up concern about other businesses possibly going out of business. While it may happen, it likely will not. This is a new territory for Sheetz. But in all the territories that we currently operate in with nearly 800 stores, that's a new territory for somebody else. They come in and we all adapt and grow together and create a really good product for our consumer. On top of that, it's not just a gas station. You have to understand this is an entirely different thing. Sheetz is the ultimate one-stop shop. We have grocery items, we have convenience items, we do sell gas, and we are also a restaurant. We offer that made-to-order food and all the different things that I talked about. And then finally, addressing the light and noise. I want to go back to all the benefits that this PUD is going to guarantee for the city that a traditional rezone or a development as it is do not guarantee. So the architecture, the substantial increase in preservation of green space, the reduction in impervious area, the massive increases to the buffer zones. Remember, some of those increases to buffer zones increased up to 50% compared to what are there right now. Enhanced landscaping, the 3-foot knee wall along Middle Belt and 12 Mile, the 6-foot vinyl fence along the western and northern sides, pedestrian access, improving the existing conditions that are on site, our construction investment, taxes, jobs, our local donations, and so much more. So we are very confident in these benefits, and we ask that the Planning Commission approve our PUD this evening, or recommend approval of our PUD this evening. I'm here to answer your questions.
Chair?
Yes.
Are you going to have off-site signage, billboards, or whatever directing folks here?
So I'm not a member of our marketing department, so I can't guarantee yes or no, but
Okay, I'll take that as yes, and obviously if we do a PUD, that's something that can be restricted if they're amenable to that. So I get the reaction.
Commissioner, respectfully, strategically, it does not make sense for us to be doing that.
Okay.
to finish my statement.
Okay, so if it's something that's in the PUD agreement, instead of restricting you from having one, you'd have to live by it. You admit just now, doesn't make sense for your business plan, right?
Again, I'm not a member of our marketing department,
Okay.
so I'm not qualified to answer that.
Okay, okay. Barry?
I think because there was that question about signs, the big signs. How many big signs do we have in Farmington Hills?
Billboards?
Billboards. How many billboards do we have in Farmington Hills?
I have no idea.
2.
2?
You know where they're at?
No idea.
275.
Okay.
They're not on 696.
So to the point strategically, it probably would not make sense for
You
us.
couldn't put up a billboard sign near that location. And we also have, even though we allow signs, we do have restrictions on sizes and things like that. And I think we just actually changed the ordinance about that, but we don't have billboard signs in Farmington Hills except for 2 locations. What?
If I may.
No, you're right. It might not be in Farmington Hills, but they're not going to be in Farmington Hills. That's the point.
If I may, my name's Pat Lennon. I'm an attorney with the Honigman firm here on behalf of the applicant. I will admit, I think we all are a little surprised by the question about billboards. And, even really the authority of the Planning Commission to impose restrictions with respect to those. It happens every time I speak.
Lights out.
Somebody leaned on the lights?
What's that?
Yes, over there, the switch.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have our
Okay.
technician taking care of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank
It
you.
also screws up the cameras.
Good. Well, so, first of all, we wonder in the context of a PUD approval, and really even at this point, just a recommendation to City Council, I don't know that that's within the authority of the Planning Commission to impose. That said, obviously our group has tried to work with you in every way we can and want to continue to do that. So, we can always consider that between now and the City Council meeting possibly. But for now, that's one that I don't know that we're prepared to address fully. So, thank you.
What?
You got to have the attorney respond to the attorney. So clearly, Member Counigan did not talk about imposing the restriction. He asked the question whether or not you would be willing to negotiate it, and you don't need to respond at all. It's an issue, it's a question, it's been answered or not, and so we're good.
Thank you.
Zach, Barry?
There was a lot of questions that were asked, and I think we should try to answer some of the questions. As far as the property is concerned, everyone knows it was a top-notch restaurant and a gathering place for many years. Giannopolis was, and they went out of business. And it was zoned commercial. That corner was zoned commercial. That's how they could have a restaurant there. They had 119 parking spaces, so they were a busy place. They decided to close the restaurant down, and the owners of the restaurant asked to have the corner rezoned for residential, and the concept was to put up an apartment building for seniors. And that was actually approved, and they never built it. And they're never going to build it. So that's why that property's been vacant for so long. So the question, and now there's a request to put it back the way it was. It is multi-zone. There is commercial use there. There's some residential. There's multi-residential, and behind it is single family. And a PUD is called a planned urban development, and it takes into consideration areas that have multiple zoning, and we are allowed as planning commissioners and of course the city council can negotiate a use of the property as long as it's not it goes off the deep end. But that's what a PUD is a planned unit development, and it takes into consideration many things. And when it comes to dealing with PUDs, the only thing we look at is the zoning use. We don't look at the actual owners of the property. We don't make those decisions. That's not what we do. We look at the requested use, and does it fit within the criteria that we're required to follow. So everyone had a lot of opinions about things, but we don't look at it as it sheets. That's not our decision. If the city council wants to say, I don't want a sheets, that's their decision. Our decision is, does what they're asking for fit within our zoning ordinances? And that's how we go forward. And we hear this all the time. It's the same thing. We heard it about Myers over on 14 in Orchard Lake, but we don't decide who goes in the property. We don't decide what business they do. We just decide whether or not it's an allowed use under our ordinances.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Clarification. Could staff give us a little background on the actual zoning of the properties for the record? What is the existing zoning on the entire piece currently? Is it mixed use or is it one zone?
Yeah, I can clarify. It's all RC2 right now.
So
In 2019, oh, sorry.
So restatement, the whole piece is RC2, which is a higher density residential, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, prior to that, when Giannopolis was there, what was it zoned?
It was zoned B2, I believe, at the time Giannopolis was there.
So do we know how long that was a commercial zoning on that corner?
Well, there was an old bar there.
As long as I was.
82 is when they built Giannopolis.
Right, well, pardon me, we'll get there, just for the record. So the current zoning on all the property is RC2. It's not a mixed use zoning.
Though I think there's isn't there RA1 behind it?
No.
No, but it was B2 at the corner, but behind it there was RA1 and P1.
So, and just amongst us planning commissioners, and the audience can listen to the discussion, we rezoned that. There was a proposal, correct?
To make it a senior apartment.
Right.
Oh, I thought it was a rehab facility.
No, it was a
They
senior
were talking about
apartment.
beds.
It was,
I thought it was rehab beds.
regardless, it was an RC type use, and we recently rezoned it. That project fell through, correct? Okay, so that's the background of the zoning. For many years, decades, it was commercial on the corner. Then a project came in, and it was rezoned RC2 to accommodate, I think, that project. Correct me if I'm speaking out of turn. And then that project didn't go through, and now we're considering the issue of basically the original kind of land use that was on the corner for many years, which kind of mirrors what's on the other corners, just as background.
But the other thing is, before they did the PUD, they actually asked to rezone it back to the business. Sheets did. The first request was to rezone it from the RC to the B.
Right.
To B3, yeah. Just for clarification, RC2 is a multiple family designation. We've been throwing around the acronym, but I just want to make sure everybody knows it's multiple family is what that zoning permits.
RC3.
RC2 at the moment.
RC2, okay.
So there's 3 RC districts, all of which are multifamily. RC1 is the least dense, RC3 is the most dense, RC2 is in the middle.
So the public knows that's what the zoning is. One zoning, RC2. Everybody's got that? It's RC2. It's not a mix. So, but now you have the history of what was on the corner, and you're aware, you live in the area, Giannopolis was there for decades, and that was commercial. Now we're facing whatever's presented to us in light of our history, and the city doesn't own this parcel or these parcels. We react to what comes to us, and our consideration is always what's best for the community, obviously the immediate area, redevelopment, tax base, services for the whole community. And so that's what we have to ponder, and certainly take the input from the residents in terms of how it will directly affect you. So.
Julia, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I do think there's one important clarification. The B2 zoning, which it had previously been for decades, would not have permitted a drive-through use. So that is where it deviates from that lot and then the gas stations surrounding.
Okay.
Chair, if I may add to this discussion?
Well, there's one other comment I'd like to make.
Your new master plan would allow the appropriate commercial designation at this corner.
No, no, it's about the gas station.
Eric, you want to react to that?
You want to update that, staff?
Yeah.
So let's talk about the master plan, which is now the future, looking out. What does it show for the master plan?
It shows a split of both commercial and multifamily. And actually, part of this project, basically, most of the southerly portion of it would fall within the commercial future land use category. A small bit of the northerly portion appears would be within the multifamily land use category.
So now, in fairness to the developer, if they looked at our master plan, that commercial zoning is in our master plan. Somewhere, maybe where that entrance to that drive is, you could run a line across from that drive to the west. Is that basically kind of approximate?
Reasonable approximation, I think, yeah.
So they're operating on the expectation, the city's master plan, it once was commercial. The city got a proposal for residential use, that fell through, and they looked at the future master plan and said, hey, there's commercial designated for that corner. So this is not totally unreasonable proposal given what's on the other corners. So that's where we're at. And that's what we have to deal with.
One other comment I'd like to make, because I don't think folks know this, but one of the gas stations across the street, the person that owns that gas station owns 5 gas stations in Farmington Hills alone. He owns several gas stations, but 5 of them are in Farmington Hills. One's there at 12 in Middle Belt, one's over at 12 in Orchard Lake. He owns one on
13 in Orchard.
13 in Orchard Lake. He owns the Shell station over on 9 Mile. So it's not like he's a little guy. He owns 5 stations in Farmington Hills alone.
He spent $14 billion last year.
Enough.
It's not, the point is that people were thinking this is one little guy that's being put out of business. And I don't know if he's being put out of business. He was actually rehabbing the station, but he owns several of them in Farmington Hills. So it's
No more.
he's probably sitting over there.
All right.
I have 2 comments, 2 questions. Can you respond to the question about the alcohol sales?
We will be selling alcohol. We will follow all state regulations, stop sales at, I think it's 1 a.m.
Okay.
If there's a license available, I might add. If there's not, then we won't be.
Okay, and then the second question I had or comment was you had the canned language about the traffic study, but you have not done a traffic study at this specific location?
That's incorrect. We have, and it's been provided to the city.
Okay.
As a further point of clarification on the alcohol sales, there are multiple types of alcohol sales. Is it sale of packaged beverages, or is it sale for consumption on the premises?
Takeout only. We do not allow consumption on premises.
Answer that question. It's not a Class C.
Ready for a motion?
I don't want to do it.
You don't want to do it?
Dale will do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Dale?
Dale, you want to do a motion?
So the public knows, this is would be a recommendation from the Planning Commission. All PUDs and PUD agreements, which was basically an agreement between the city and the developer, would, along with the site plan, would have to be approved by the city council, ultimately following a public hearing. So this is where we're at in the process. We did the PUD qualification. This is now the PUD plan, and that plan, whatever our recommendation is, would go to the council. Council makes a final decision, basically, on the policy issue of development. We're the planners. They'll make the final decision on it. So, John, are we going to have further discussion, or where?
No, I was looking for a motion from somebody.
You want me to do it?
No, no more questions. Listen to this and you'll know what's going on. You want to make a motion?
Barry, do you?
I'll try it.
Barry?
Well, or I can do it, whatever.
All right, well, why don't you do it?
Okay. I move recommended approval of PUD Plan 1, 2024, including site plan 54-7-2024. Be recommended approval to City Council at their next available date. Some of the thinking has to do with the history on the site that was previously commercial, long-term commercial use there, along with master plan future commercial. The developer submitted a proposal that provides, I wouldn't call it open space, but more green space or undeveloped green belt than currently in place. There are compatible uses in the area for the city to deny similar uses on this corner. An issue I think the Planning Commission would face is discriminating against uses that are currently located nearby similar intersections. And we would have to, I think we'd be challenged on the issue of the uses. Of course, that's in the purview of the city attorney's office if that ever became an issue. The development is compelling in the sense that the property's been undeveloped for a while. The current building is in decline. This provides redevelopment to the area. Certainly, we're all hopeful that all the promises made by the developer come to fruition, but that's certainly like all other projects that come to our commission, that we're hopeful that those projects are successful, provide tax base, employment, opportunity, and service to our residents. The development is providing reduced parking. That goes to the issue of increased green space. I would make part of my motion that the wall requirement be waived because with the vinyl fencing at the required height, less disturbances of trees and natural features that would protect the barrier better than if we built a wall with a footing, had to dig a footing. Also that the plan or the approval is subject to meeting the consultant's letter and any engineering standards as it relates to development of the plans. For the record, in this motion, the proponents indicated there will be no spillover illumination to the neighboring properties. That will be monitored, and should that occur, zoning, there is enforcement possibilities for violations of our lighting ordinances. Having said that, the project's lighting plan should meet the commercial zoning standard. The only question I have, the next requirement is, I would recommend that 5 spaces be land bank kept green for use as green space until a future date they need additional 5 spaces. That allows them to meet our parking requirement. And what else?
By the dumpster
And the issue of the lighting, the poles, whether we would like to see more poles or less poles at a lower height to keep the spillover. So we would recommend that the proponent with staff get together and develop the number of 15-foot poles that sufficiently provides the lighting requirements for the site to minimize the effect on surrounding properties. That's my motion.
Support.
Can I add one thing to be added?
Who supported?
I supported.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I add one thing, that the pass-through lane where the orders are placed allow for passing?
Oh, the required bypass lane.
Yeah, my comment said that they had to meet engineering standards. Whatever engineering standards requires, they will do. That goes beyond after what we do here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
The bypass lane is also a requirement of the zoning ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
The bypass lane is also a requirement of the zoning ordinance. It's not just a engineering standard.
And the applicant indicated they would put the passing lane in.
Right.
No.
Not yet. Let's do this here.
City
We're in the middle
council-
of a motion.
City council, well, next meeting.
We also have 4 other matters after this.
All right. Motion.
Call vote.
Good, John.
She supported.
Discussion on the motion?
Further discussion
On the motion?
on your motion? Yes.
Clarify that the lumen standard will meet the commercial requirements?
We have
I
the
just wanted
pool
to make
height,
sure.
right?
But the lumen, the lumen standard.
Right.
Yes.
The lighting standard should meet the commercial standard.
The commercial lumen standard.
Agree to that.
Right.
The maximum number of lumens for a commercial.
Yes.
Right.
The
Right,
one-
okay.
That was the
or
motion.
whatever.
Okay.
So then my only comment is, Member Conigan's speculation on the discrimination issue. I don't think that fits with the rest of the motion.
Fine. Clean it up.
Can you remove that?
Clean it up.
Will the seconder agree to remove
Second.
that comment?
That was commentary to my,
To-
Thank you.
that was commentary, not part of the motion.
To strike the.
Any further discussion? One of the items that our consultants mentioned was additional planning commission considerations. And I specifically asked you about a 24-hour operation, which you told me was firm. So I am going to oppose this motion because it's not compatible with surrounding residential area. No? Let it go. Okay. Question? Clerk will call the roll.
Commissioner Conigan?
Aye.
Aspinall?
Yes.
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 Varga?
Yes.
Brickner?
Yes.
Trefflet?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to resume the agenda.
Not have happened.
And the first item is
Do we get breakfast?
Lot Split 5, 2024, final for PUD 5 from 1993. Yes, the Kajayans, Mr. Kajayan? And this ties to the next one on the agenda too, right?
Correct. So this is kind of a formality getting into the next one. So you're going to hear more about it at the next agenda item. As you all know, we've developed the Farmington Hills corporate campus, home to, Motorola, Allstate, excuse me, Comerica. So this is kind of the next piece of the puzzle for us that we're really excited about, is a daycare facility that we see as an amenity to the community, but also our tenants of that park are very excited about having that kind of right on their campus. So this lot split allows us to get to the next step here with the site plan and moving forward with construction.
I can give a little brief background here. So basically, the lot split and the site plan that's on the agenda as the next item are intertwined to the extent that the lot on which the site plan would be approved for is not in existence yet, right? This is all one site. The split is fully compliant with the zoning ordinance. There are no, waivers, variances, anything like that being requested. It's a fairly straightforward split at the end of the day. Zoned OS4 would be final approval.
I'd add to that this split has been discussed in the past. It's identical to a split that was approved by the Planning Commission a few years ago. When the plan was to put a commercial development on this site, it was like a multi-tenant.
Like a retail restaurant.
Exactly,
sort of
retail and
multi-tenant building.
restaurant.
Right.
So different use this time, but the lot split is identical.
Right, it's essentially the same site that the restaurant retail piece was approved for a few years ago.
Okay.
So it boils down to a change of use here, essentially. He's going to a daycare.
Do you have anything else, Eric?
That's it.
I was just going to say, I know you don't have the standard motion in front of you, but it would be approve the lot split because it appears to meet all applicable ordinances, subject to final engineering and assessing review.
Hopefully.
I'll move what he said.
Oh, I was just gonna make a motion.
Okay, you can do it then.
Yeah, I can make a motion to approve the lot split, the lot split 5, 2024, final PUD 5, 1993, as it appears to meet all applicable ordinances and engineering standards. Subject to engineering.
And assessing review.
And assessing review.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Who supported? Oh, okay.
Okay, we're done with that. Next item on the agenda, site plan 60-10-2024.
Yeah.
PUD 5, 1993. The location is the southeast intersection of 12 Mile and Investment Drive, or a construction of a daycare center within an OS4 district.
To mind the order of speakers, let's let Joe give a brief introduction to this real quick.
Yeah, staff first.
Yes, so they are proposing a child care center. This is part of a larger PUD. The reason this is not a major amendment, like some of the other kind of minor seeming things that we've dealt with recently, is that this use is already permitted under the PUD. So all we're looking at is a site plan here. So it meets the dimensional standards of the ordinance. And the one major item that we wanted to call out here was the location of the dumpster enclosure, which is in a front yard that is not typically permitted. And we had a couple other minor things in our letter, but that was the one thing that we really needed to call out there, was that location of the dumpster enclosure. Everything else is compliant.
Is that it? Who has a question? You can't leave yet.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
To the proponent? Okay. Just just a question. It's going to be a learning experience commercially?
Correct. So it'll be operated by the Learning Experience. We're developing it on their behalf. So it's for kids ages 6 weeks up to 6 years, and it's more than just childcare, it's actual education, depending on those ages. They're very well established. They're in 18 states and the United Kingdom, over 400 locations. This year, they've opened 50. So they have a really good system down. They know what they're doing. Our team went down to their headquarters in Florida, got really comfortable with them and understanding what their process is, and their team. So we're really excited about it. I know the rest of the park is really excited about having that for their employees as well.
My son went to the one in South Lyon for a little bit, so
Okay.
I'm familiar. Thank you.
Great.
And you've done, you're not overbuilding for the neighborhood then?
No, so they're very excited about the location, and the community as a whole. And we asked that question, at the first go around looking at the site, and they said, absolutely not. The need is here. Anyone that has young kids knows there's a severe shortage of childcare.
Great.
When we moved from South Lyon to Farmington Hills, we had a lot of trouble finding a spot for our kids, so.
Yeah.
Should we give the applicant a second to address the dumpster issue? To comment on the.
Yeah, I'm
Address the
happy to
dumpster
address it.
location.
So we did see the comments come in. We talked to the Learning Experience because they have their standard forms of things. So we're able to go down to one dumpster as opposed to the two that are shown. And talking with our civil engineer here, John Hauser with PEA, we're comfortable with putting it on a 45-degree angle and actually pulling it to the south here, which you'll see that the dashed line is actually that setback line. So we're able to achieve getting it on that angle, pulling it behind the setback so it's not technically in the front yard, and it's still serviceable by a garbage truck. So we're happy to work through that with city staff and make sure that we're complying with that. And again, it's much smaller than you'll see on the plan now that it's going to be one dumpster instead of two.
Okay. Any other questions from you?
No?
Can we have a motion?
I motion to approve site plan 6010-2024, PUD 5/1993, with all applicable needs with staff.
Support.
Moved and supported. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
All right, thank you all for your time, and thanks for staying to get through our stuff as well.
Thanks for
I'm
waiting.
sure you enjoyed yourself tonight.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I know we did.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make one comment here, I'd just like to say, this is one of the best tree inventories I've ever seen. It was actually accurate. I usually have to make a lot of comments on tree inventories and correct a bunch of numbers, and this one was spot on, so I just appreciate that.
Yeah, kudos to PEA on
Hey, good
doing that
job.
right the first time.
Good job, engineering.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is site plan 55-8-2024. The address is 29707 10 Mile and 29580 Moran Street. This is a building addition to an existing church within RA1, one family district, and RA3, one family district. This is site plan approval, and the applicant is Hisham Turk.
This is Hisham Turk, the architect.
Hi, you brought your entire congregation. No, I know there's more. Anyway, Ms.
So the applicant's proposing to expand an existing mosque with a 38,000 square foot addition, which would include an additional lobby and gymnasium, and they're also going to convert an existing space to include an auditorium and conference center. It will include 2 additional parcels to the rear, which will make this into a through lot, but they're not going to provide any access to the rear except for emergency access to Moran. The site generally complies with the zoning ordinance, but there's a few key things that I want to point out to the Planning Commission. I guess, first of all, and most importantly, it is split zoned. So the lots to the back are RA1 and the lot in the front is RA3, and RA3 has a smaller height limit than RA1. The current building is non-conforming, and the expansion matches the current building. So there's a small section of the property that remains in the RA3 district that's 29.5 feet, which exceeds the height maximum of 25 feet, but meets the height maximum of RA1 of 30 feet. So it's kind of where the lobby area is, if you're looking at the plans, I believe, where that height is within the RA3 zoning district. Because of that, the Planning Commission can't approve these plans tonight, but the applicant might consider seeking an appeal through the ZBA to acknowledge that they've been aggrieved by the zoning ordinance, or pursuing rezoning to have a zoning that would allow for the desired height. Aside from that, the plans are largely compliant, but there is a required wall or berm around places of worship. And although there's an existing wood privacy fence, the Planning Commission might want to talk to the applicant about how they need a waiver from that, and whether or not that fence is adequate. In addition, they are exceeding the average to minimum illumination ratio, and a waiver needs to be granted to allow for that if deemed necessary for security purposes. In addition to that, we had some minor administrative comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. I know it's getting late, so I felt like I should just focus on the key issues for now, but happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Dale.
Do you have a large aerial that we could put up?
I think this is the
Oh,
most.
and that house will be coming down, sorry.
Can I ask my question?
Absolutely. Go
Julia,
ahead.
my question is, the non-conforming thing, like, did that happen because zoning changed, or do we know how it came to be non-conforming?
I don't think we know how it got like that.
Okay.
It may not have been built per the plan, or it may have been overlooked. It's hard to say how it happened.
Sure.
I don't think it was attributable to a change in the zoning, though. I think it's been consistently zoned the way it is for quite some time.
Okay, so the motion will be to deny, to send them to ZBA.
Right, and then you would see the site plan come back should they be approved for the variance. Then we could hash out those details with respect to the other aspects of the site.
It might be nice to give the applicant some guidance, though, as to where
Right.
you're leaning.
Did you have a letter for him with indicating this?
I'm sorry?
One of your
Yeah,
letters?
the report has been provided to the applicants.
Okay. All right.
So, I'm sorry, Barry's got a question.
Barry?
Okay, no, this is not one of the situations where you can approve subject to zoning change, or there's some, I mean, I didn't even get the plans for this one,
You didn't? Well, that's an oversight.
unless it was emailed.
I think if you deny it, then they are aggrieved and they have standing to go to ZBA, but if they aren't denied, then they don't have the standing necessary to take it to
No,
the
but-
ZBA.
But sometimes and I don't have the plans that I'm aware of. Sometimes if everything would meet our zoning standards except for the zoning itself, we have sometimes in the past approved them subject to zoning change, and then they don't have to come back here. But if it's a situation where there are things on the plans that have to be changed anyway, then the only thing we can do is deny, so they can go to the ZBA and get their variance and come back. So that's my question, or I should talk to the city attorney about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of so they don't have to get a zoning change, although that's an option. They can go to the ZBA and get a variance for the height.
Right.
Right.
So
But we can't.
sometimes you will, it's a policy question. If
Right.
you want to approve it subject to that variance. I mean, usually you do it when there's no issue with, you're not expecting the ZBA maybe to say no. You know, another reason why you might want to send it to the ZBA is they might deal with upgrading the fence to the wall.
Okay.
So if you're asking, can you approve it subject to the variance? Yes, you can. It's a policy question.
Okay, that's why I want to know. I mean,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
We applied, this is the second time we submit the application to the planning department. We did it in the first time. We had some comments that we needed to take care of it to apply again. And at that time, there was no recommendation for applying for variances. Why we are scheduled for site plan commission meeting, if there is an issue about the variances, the planning department could let us know, and we can apply for the variance and then come here.
So that,
My question is, why is now why we're going to be denied now? And because we need to apply again and pay again for that application for the site plan.
So I could answer that, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
They
please.
do need a denial in order to be able to go to the ZBA.
Right.
So you need a denial first,
So if
then
I'm
you
the-
go to the, that's how we do it here in Farmington Hills.
I understand.
For anybody.
My question is, why we did directed to apply for variances before we came in front of the
You
planning
can't
commission?
apply for the variance until you get denied from the planning commission,
Oh, I can't apply for variance?
not until you're denied by the planning.
You have to have standing to be before the zoning board of appeals, which would require a decision adverse to your
That's
That's
how-
the case.
application.
I didn't
That's
know
how we
that.
do it here.
I didn't know that.
Right.
Can I ask a question? My name is Arfat Khan.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Chair?
I'm
Yes, Dale.
Can I
Sure.
get to you? So from my standpoint, I don't want to drag this out, it's already late. The policy issue for the planning commission looking at this, do we want to change the zoning? And if we say we don't want to change the zoning for the piece, is that where, nobody's recommending change it to our RA3, are they?
I think so.
It's
So if we look at this and we say the zoning's fine, that's RA1, they got RA3 and RA1. So now the issue is some sort of variance, whatever they decide to do after we act. So that, for me, that's the first question. Do we want to do a rezoning? I guess the blank stare is looking back at me, I guess we don't want to do a rezoning. So I'm fine with making a motion to approve the site subject to their variance, so they don't have to come back here if the plan's all right, okay. That's where I'm at.
That's what I was
Is that
asking.
okay?
That's the other.
Okay, we're good with that?
You are permitted to do that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
For
So
years,
they
you
don't-
did not do that, and you have done that on several occasions.
Okay. So I don't know if you want, there's more discussion on it.
Step for you.
You got an agenda?
Just make the motion.
You got an agenda? Where's the agenda?
Like this.
This one right here. Okay, I move that site plan 55-8-2024 be approved, subject to whatever conditions are outlined by staff and the consultant. Subject to a variance on the height issue for the said project. Does that cover it?
So the only other question is, you have the ability to make them upgrade the fence to the wall if you want to. You don't have to.
So are we going to be tearing a bunch of trees down to do the wall?
That I don't know.
We already have a fence there right now.
We've granted a fence in the past. We waived the wall in the past.
Or you can let the ZBA deal with it.
I do have a question for you. What type of fence do you have now?
It's a wooden fence.
It's a wooden fence?
Yes,
Is your plan to just extend it, that wooden fence?
that's correct.
That's what your plan?
Yes.
So, my motion would include the waiving the wall and extension of the wooden fence.
Is there a second?
Second.
Barry seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The chair is an aye on that one.
ZBA.
Thank you very much.
Now you have to apply for the variance. Thank you for waiting around.
Tim, it's your time.
It's killing me.
At least you don't have 300 people yelling at you.
Hey, Tim, you should have given me your phone number. I could have like texted you when you got out of bed, come here and, oh. You found a spot to park.
The meeting's live.
I wish I could be watching in your.
How do we look?
Okay. This is going to be a schedule for public hearing. This is amend PUD Plan 2 of 2021, including revised site plan 59-5 of 2022. This is, the owner is Evangelical Homes, the applicant is Robertson Brothers, and this is going to be setting for a public hearing. Okay, staff?
I'll give you a very quick summary without getting into the guts of it. So we had a PUD approved here that included a residential component, which was Robertson Brothers' piece, and then there was a
Skilled
kind of
nursing
skilled
facility.
nursing facility that was on the other part of it. Skilled nursing facility is no longer in the picture, so now Robertson Brothers has taken over the whole site, and they are proposing an entirely residential property. And basically, it's 75 detached ranch homes targeted at seniors. And if you have any other questions that you'd like to get into tonight, I mean, we are just setting for a hearing tonight. I'm happy to talk about them or answer them. But there are only a handful of things that really speak to the exceptions that they're asking for. There's one setback to Cheswick, and then just the detached single-family homes at the requested density, and they were asking to waive some buffer plantings to the west, and then the width of the lots proposed to be split off along 12 Mile was not up 140 feet, so that would require some relief from ordinance standards as well. Again, if you have any questions you'd like to address tonight, happy to talk about them. Otherwise, we're setting the hearing.
I'd like to add just a couple of things, just to mention on this particular project for context as we're moving it forward. Fire department has informed us that the little spur circle drive thing there does not meet a 50-foot turning radius. That is a problem for them. The other issue would be unit number 68. The front yard of it is facing the side of the other unit. Seems like an interesting way to position a unit, to be looking at somebody's side yard from there. Another aspect is we only have sidewalks on one side of the street here. This is a PUD. I don't know if there's a practical reason why there's not sidewalks on both sides of the street proposed. And then lastly, I would point out the kind of 4 outlots down here that are shown along 12 Mile Road. Say, for example, 4 single-family houses were built there. We certainly wouldn't want people backing out of driveways on a 12 Mile at that intersection, which would probably necessitate something like a circle driveway, and then you get about 8 curb cuts on 12 Mile Road. The engineering division has suggested the possibility of a shared access drive for those 4 lots. And I'll just point out that that's something that has been recommended. And that's all I have.
Which 4 lots?
The 4 lots
On-
south of the...
right on 12 Mile.
Panhandle.
Yeah.
South of the creek, next to where the nuns live.
Yeah, I
Create
see.
an entrance drive.
Okay, so he's been, you want a motion?
I thought we'd hear him.
I have a presentation if you'd like to see it. I could answer some of these questions because some
Yes.
of them are things I think I could answer at this point.
Questions would be good.
Okay.
Answer the
Yeah,
questions.
just tell us.
Just answer the questions rather than the presentation? Okay. So going through some of the comments, particularly, I'll start with the planning. One of the reasons why we're requesting the deviation from the landscaping buffer from the west, there's just a lot of landscaping there. If you go there right now, you'll see it. We've actually put stakes up. We walked it with the adjacent HOA representative, and they concurred. There's just a lot of land, a lot of trees that are there that we're not touching. We'll take a little bit out, but if you walk it, you'll see most of it. We're not even touching any of that. It has a lot of cover. There's a lot of distance to that, and there's grade down. So Really, there's already national buffer. It'd be a waste of money. That's not to say we won't plant some trees there to sell some units, I'm sure, but the requirement to do that from a residential to residential doesn't really make sense to us, especially these are real more like single-family residential, and they're, by the way, they're ranches. So that, we think there's justification for that, and we are planting additional trees quite a bit along Inkster, which I think is more appropriate buffering from the street. So we're requesting to move those because they're not really needed there over to Inkster. We also have a letter that I provided from the HOA, and we're in exchange for that, if we could get that approved from you, we've offered to replace 10 of the trees along Cheswick, which I know is a public road, feels like a private road, and there are some trees that are dying there, and we've agreed to replace up to 10 to 12-foot pines in conjunction with that request. So that's the first one I wanted to bring up. You know, some of these, hold on a second, the 111-foot lot widths for those 4 homes, they do meet the minimum lot area, so we're actually exceeding that. I do understand the engineering comment. We would prefer to have the curb cuts if the county allows us to do that, since they are single-family homes. So we're going to sell those as individual lots for custom homes. So it would be, you know, our preference, just because there's only 4, to have the curb cuts, just like you see all down 12 Mile. You know, that would be our preference there. The bigger concern on those, to be frank, there was an engineering comment about having gravity sewer, which, and I don't think this was mentioned, there is a lift station currently on our site that we've agreed to move to a different part of the site along 12 Mile, which will be easier access. The city's going to be building that next year. And we had talked to the county and the city about having a low-pressure sewer line for those 4 homes. It'd be very expensive to do a gravity system across that area and underneath the creek there. So our request would be to do a low-pressure line there for those 4 homes. There are a number of engineering concerns in here. Most of them we can easily address. There's a couple that I think are outstanding that we still need to meet with engineering. I did speak with engineering today, and they feel that we could work out most of these concerns. So I feel pretty confident about that. The one, I think Eric had mentioned or maybe it was Joe, the fire comment, we believe we do have the 50-foot radius. We've been corresponding with them today. So I think we can meet that. All we'd have to do, if anything, is reduce that island up there, which I don't really want to do, but that would meet the 50-foot.
You're talking about from 70 through 66?
Yes. I can't really see that, but yes, I think that's where.
Yeah, that's the upper corner there by Cheswick and Inkster.
Right, yeah, that little circle, we can meet the 50-foot, probably just reducing the island, but I think we're going to be fine there. The extended driveway for, oh man, I can't see that. The far left unit, that's 108 feet. I think it's usually 150 feet is the requirement. Fire is saying it's 100 feet is the requirement. We could easily cut that off at 100 and then put the driveway there. So I think we can meet fire pretty easily. Some of these engineering comments, we'd just like to be able to work with before we go to council.
Can you explain 68? Does it face due south into 67?
Yes, the one in the corner?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, realistically, this is a product that people want, and I think the city wants it. So I think once you put that in there and put all the landscaping, obviously we'll do a lot more landscaping that's even shown there, because that's going to be a necessity. But that will be like a little enclave for that home buyer. I think they're probably going to like that, as long as we put some additional landscape, and we're fine with agreeing to something like that.
Okay. Is this the same number of houses you presented before, or did you up the number?
No, the history actually was originally, if you recall, and I think you all were on the planning commission at the time, we received approval for, I think, 94 total units. It was townhomes on Inkster, if you recall, and then I think like 34 detached condominiums, and then Optolis's skilled nursing facility at really the corner. We've successfully, and then we actually then got it approved to 51 detached condominiums with the skilled nursing facility. We've negotiated with Optalis to essentially acquire the entire parcel from Evangelical. and now it's 75. So it went from 51 to 75, but there's no skilled nursing facility. So traffic went way down, obviously, and I think overall, it's just a better cohesive development now. And I haven't even mentioned, we're still going to keep the chapel building and renovate it. It's a little different. If you look through the packet, I've already gone to Historic District, and they've approved it. It's much more residential in nature. It's going to be a community building.
You saw me there.
Yes, of course. I sure did.
That's the only one they were concerned about, right? At the end?
Yes.
That's what they.
The chapel.
Yeah.
The chapel.
So we're
All agreed, and we okayed it.
Yeah, we're proposing to take off the front, he had like a glass portico or entryway, which just didn't feel right for this use. So we're proposing to, paint it more of a neutral color and make it more like in part of the neighborhood. So, and make it a gathering area. So it was really tucked away before, if you recall. Now it's like prominent in our project.
When you come in,
Exactly.
It was previously connected to the skilled nursing facility, and now it's standalone, basically.
Okay, Barry.
Are you still gonna try to get help from the BRA on this one, for that one building? Brownfield
Yes.
Redevelopment Authority?
Yes, we will be requesting a brownfield for removal of the buildings, and there's some environmental there.
Right, it's got asbestos.
Asbestos, for sure, it's not going to be cheap. And there is some environmental, although it's a lot less than we had thought, which was good. Now, we are not requesting a CRD, a Community Rehabilitation District, which is a significant savings to the city. Raj was going for that before. He was going through the motions of the CRD. That's a separate whole tax credit that he was going for that we're not going to be applying for. So there's certainly a positive in that respect. But the brownfield's a necessity. There's a lot of costs for environmental.
I know about the BRA, but my big question is this.
Yeah.
And a few of us who've been around a long time will say this, says, will you really build it, please?
We would love to.
Understand, some of us have been around, that this is the 5th or 6th plan that we've seen in the last 30 years.
We are not in the business of just acquiring projects to not build. We build them to, we would have loved to do this, to be doing this already. We did get tripped up a little bit with that lift station. So we're sort of dependent on the city starting that. I know they've applied for Eagle permits.
Yeah,
I believe they're going to let it in January. And our hope is we could get approvals to coincide with that and start building next year, for sure.
Jim, I
Yes.
talked to Karen tonight. They're going to go to bids in February.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and my next question for you, there's the gate there, is that what? Is that open if you push a button, or what is it?
Are you talking at 12 Mile?
Yeah, the corner.
So that serves two functions. But obviously it's for fire because that's it's a little bit longer of a drive. It also provides a second access for the lift station. So the lift station is actually, it's hard to see it, but where 11 is, it's just to the right and down a little bit where that little
It's
L
like
is.
an L-shaped piece there.
That's it.
And then, yeah.
So this gives the ability to have access from both sides, as well as access for, 7 through 11. So I know fire had a comment about that. I would make the comment that it's better to have that because it allows for fire access for both sides for the lift station, which would be important.
Okay. Are you vehemently opposed to that marginal access road on your 4 lots?
Of all things, that might be something we can live with. I don't know. We don't typically do this, sell off 4 lots like that. So I don't know what, I'm not versed enough to know the market, if that would be something that an individual buyer would be okay with. But, if that's a requirement, I'd like to talk to the county about it, to see if they're okay with it, but.
Yeah, from my standpoint, I mean, I'm not in love with these marginal access roads and all the paving and stuff. I mean, I don't know what's generated, 4 lots are going to generate in and out of the driveways. So I think we should think about that.
If I could add to that, I think when they were speaking, I don't want anybody backing out on 12 Mile either, but we could certainly impose that they have one of those little turnarounds, T-turnaround. There's certainly enough room to do that. So we would make that, and these will be part of the master deed, by the way, so we can easily impose those things, plus the PUD could require it. So that easily could be imposed. That would be my preference.
Barry?
I move to amend PUD Plan 2/2021, including revised site plan 59/5/2020, that it be set up for scheduled for public hearing.
Second?
Support? By Dale?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like it. Good luck. Make it
Thank you.
happen.
Do we have to vote?
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I just made a comment on the motion. Made a comment on the motion. I
After
like it.
sitting here all night,
ready
you
to
would like us
go.
to vote on it. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Thank you. Do we know when the public hearing might be? Just curious.
January?
Would it be January?
Yeah, we can't do it in December because it takes 15 days from now.
Yeah, I was doing the math in my head.
Yeah, so it's like
We-
second or fourth.
We may be able to get this on for December.
It's going to kind of depend on what they got going.
December 19th is the meeting date, so in theory, we have time to notice this. So I'd say tentatively, we'll see this for public hearing in December.
Anything we could do to help us get online next year would be appreciated.
Next year or this year?
I'm sorry?
Next year?
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, January of 2025 would be this.
Oh, online. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if we could get to planning commission in December, we could get to council in January and then start our.
You can't get us here. It's that 15-day issue of public notice.
Yeah,
He said December 19th.
You just told me yesterday you couldn't do it.
with respect to the ones that are going to council, you guys have several that are going up to council for the next step, and they're only meeting once in December, I think it's the 11th, so there were a number of those that we were not able to do, but for the purposes of the planning commission, you meeting on the 19th, I think we can
This will be on
we
the
can do
public
that.
hearing on the 19th.
Okay.
They go to council.
That'd be great.
Your Christmas present.
Yes, that would be fantastic. I'll stay in town.
If
Yes.
you want the BRA, you better go talk to Tia Rockaway.
Okay, we will start that
You've already
process.
I don't remember, it was so long ago, did you?
We started the process, we're using PM Environmental, they had to do some additional testing, and we will come forward soon.
Well, if you want the aid, you better do something.
I agree. Okay, thank you all, have a great night.
Thanks, Tim. Okay.
Minutes,
Public comments. I think we've had plenty of those.
the approval of minutes.
Oh, yes, approval of minutes from the
I move to
17th.
approve the minutes dated October 17th, 2024. The regular meeting.
Moved and supported. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That passes. Public comments, no. Commissioner or staff comments?
I have one.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to make a question. Since we didn't have the motions printed out and people were winging it, could I get the motions from Jerry and,
Yeah, they've already, they were drafted.
so I mean, could I
They
just
somehow
use
didn't make it,
those?
yeah, they didn't make it into the packet, but they exist, so she could probably share them with you.
So, and then when you guys approve it, you could look at it and make sure that that's what you intended to say? Would that be okay?
You could even send it to my office to look at. And before you send it out to them, just a couple of them, I'd like to.
Yeah, I think Dale's motion
he's
was
concerned
probably a
with my
little bit more
motion.
long-winded.
All right, so what I'm going to use is Jerry's draft, and if it varies a lot from the verbatim here, I will asterisk it for you, and I'll send you we'll make sure you get the minutes before they get distributed. And the second question I had, because I don't know our engineering staff, is, what's your name, Miss Engineer?
Natasha Sonk.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I was accused of being in cahoots with Sheets by a bunch of the gas station guys.
He said I was too.
Huh?
He said I was too.
Yeah, he came for both of
He said,
you.
I can't keep track of myself versus.
Yeah, he's been taking movies of me.
Well,
I was going to my car after a meeting, and they were out in the parking lot. I just basically said hi to them, and I must.
These are very organized people. That MENA conference is, they are extremely organized. Channel 4 did a story on them earlier this week.
The one gentleman here owns, I've met him before. I was at a closing.
been
He
here.
owns a lot of gas stations.
I know. You know, they don't like the competition. That's all right. I got my gas at Costco.
No, actually, I go to their stations.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? No one talked.
All right, guys.
Okay.
See you next year. I won't.
15 minutes.
Get
I'm
on
not gonna be
safely.
here.